Right, at this time, I'd like to call to order the Historic Preservation Agency, City of Lake City, special session, 17th of January. Will all please rise for the invocation and the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your heads. Lord, thank you for your grace and mercy. Bless our deliberations this day. Give us wisdom.
This was called based off of a continuance. We have a motion to forego the minutes until such time as they have been electronically distributed.
Move to forego the minutes until they've been electronically distributed.
Second. Motion and a second by hand sign.
Aye.
Hands down. Likewise opposed. All right, we'll get to those at our next regularly scheduled meeting. We have one item of old business. Petition COA 24-06 submitted by Ryan Jones, acting as agent for Bordeaux Law Firms PLLC as owner, requesting a certificate of appropriateness in a commercial general CG zoning district as established in section 4.12, the Land Development Regulations, City of Lake City, located on the National Register of Historic Places on property described as City of Lake City parcel 12718-000. At this time, we have a motion to untable this petition for hearing.
Move to untable COA 24-06.
So,
See if we get the stuff.
Carter and
With the smile
Nelson, by hand sign.
Aye.
Aye. Hands down, likewise opposed. All right, hear it. Mr. Angelo, if you would.
All right, so this is for COA 24-06. To Burger King, and what they are looking to do is remove the existing metal stamp shingles that are up there and replace them with a standing seam galvalume roof, be galvalume color, and that would be a standing seam, nice roof. And, but they're looking to get approval to be able to put that roof on.
All right, anything else for the board?
Yes, sir.
All right, questions from the board for Mr. Angelo? All right, you may be seated. All right, representative of the petitioner.
I guess Ryan, I thought Ryan would be here from Energy Roofing, but I'm here myself, Gail Boudreaux.
You swear the testimony you're about to give before this board to the best of your knowledge and ability is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very nice. Name with spelling and legal address of record for Mr. Angelo.
Unfortunately, they're in the back of my car. My car is in Tampa with my son. But I know you all got to take a look at them the last time we were here. I did have Energy Roofing look at what it would take to re-shingle with actual metal shingles. That would be Victorian era type shingles, and it's double the price, something that I definitely can't afford. I did send pictures, I don't know if you all got them, of the damage that's inside from the leaks. So my main thing once I purchased the building is to protect it best I can. And it does definitely need a new roof on it. That's the original roof from 125 years ago. It's rusted, there's holes and water seeping through. We have a big issue in the interior with humidity levels due to all the water. So we just wanted to protect the building. It's a beautiful building, beautiful woodwork inside. And I believe that the standing seam galvalume gives the best look as close as we can to the galvalume actual tile shingles.
Okay. And I see from the application pack, we were able to get all the necessary notifications out, and all the certifications back. I apologize, we couldn't handle this when it was brought up
No
on an
problem.
emergency scale, but we tend not to bend LDRs if we can help it. Did you have the opportunity to speak with the roofer about the potential of some of the, I mean, obviously the large pyramid at the top, some of the larger structural elements that have to tie into that?
Right.
That's going to be replaced with galvalume. Are there certain portions of the structure where the existing 125-year-old original architectural characteristics can be retained
I
on a
was hoping
subordinate
Brian
porch?
might step in here to see if there were maybe, the only thing I can think of is where there's the, like the triangular
Mhm.
pieces,
The
and then there's
insets.
just a very small piece of metal that would kind of go on the bottom piece of that below the window. I'm wondering if we might be able to do some of it there, but I'm not sure. That would be more a roofer question myself. I mean, obviously, it'd be nice to put a little bit of that, but
They need the space
I mean,
downstairs somehow.
in the future, it doesn't preclude someone from coming in and putting those metal shingles in if they had unlimited resources at a later time. But at this time, I definitely can't do the whole building in that. And if there, I'd have to get, Ryan and Energy Roofing, if we can do small sections, I'll work with them and get that done, but, I just don't know for sure that we can.
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, given we're constrained by the LDRs, I will, you were provided with a copy of those, right?
Yeah.
For your review? Okay. Does the possibility exist whereby some of the damaged architectural elements can be roofed over such that at some point in time in the future, they can be restored to the structure, keeping with 10, decimal 11, decimal 8, decimal 2, the historic character of the property shall be retained and preserved. The removal of historic materials or alterations of features and spaces that characterize the property shall be avoided. In certain areas, is it possible to roof over these 125-year-old artifacts such that in the future they may be able to be restored?
They've tried to basically coat the roof numerous times, and the coating that they've been putting on actually deteriorated even further. So there's really no way to put anything on top of the metal that's currently there. The metal does need to come off, but we don't need to.
So metaling over the original metal is not an option.
No. That was one thing I looked into, just because that would have been less expensive than having to take it all off as well. So that was, I inquired about putting the coatings on first. That was my first choice, and then I inquired about just putting it over top. And there's really just no way to do it, from my understanding. It would not affect any of the woodwork or any of the roofing structure, aside from moving the metal itself.
And then one thing I didn't see in the package, and I don't even know if this is part of the scope of the work, as far as soffits, under roofing elements, guttering, those are going to be replaced with like and kind.
They'll have to take off the gutters, but they're gonna put the same gutters back up. We're not changing any of
So
that.
no change in defining architectural characteristic.
No, not unless they found a piece that was rotted or something that they had to replace, and then they would just make it a new.
Okay. So as far as 10, decimal 11, decimal 8, decimal 5, which says distinctive features, finishes, and construction techniques or examples of craftsmanship that characterize the historic property shall be preserved. Ancillary items are going to be replaced with like and kind. You are proposing just a replacement of the tin shingling with a ribbed galvalume product. That, although is not a like and kind, it's all that can be done given the constraints of 125
Exactly, and my main
years.
concern is, as you've seen from damage that's already occurring inside the building, we just want to protect all the beautiful structure inside. Metal ceilings, I mean, they're all just gorgeous, and I don't want them to get rusted and damaged.
All right, that's all I had. Do we have any more questions for the proponent from members of the board?
And you mentioned that you had an option to put shingles on it, but you decided to go metal.
Yes, originally, asphalt shingles would have been the least expensive route, but I didn't believe that that would be, I felt like the metal galvalume would be more like what was originally on there, being as it was basically a galvalume type shingle. And I was trying to keep it as much in line with the original detail as possible.
And, thank you. And then one option for the roof was to do rivets, and you're not doing that. You're stepping up. To
Yes,
the
I
full
think,
galvalume.
I mean, it's such a beautiful building and it's in such a prominent area. Obviously, we could save a lot of money by putting on a regular galvalume, but the standing seam is a more expensive version, but I think it's a much better product and it'll help with the enhanced look of the building.
Okay.
Any other questions for the proponent? All right, you may be seated.
Thank you.
At this time, is there anyone else here in attendance that would like to speak either for or against petition COA 24-06? If so, please approach. Hearing and seeing none, at this time, do we have a motion to close public comment portion of this petition?
Move to close public comment.
Carter and McCellum with the second. By hand sign?
Aye.
Aye. Hands down, likewise opposed. All right, at this time, public comment is closed on petition COA 24-06. Discussion amongst members of the board and city departments.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to kind of reiterate, it seems to me that the best bet of preserving that beautiful building at this point is making sure it's got a roof that keeps water out. I think we've set a precedent in the past that the galvalume, the rib galvalume, is an acceptable modern replacement or surrogate for the 100-year-old stuff. And I think also past legal counsel has told us there's a bit of wiggle room when it comes to as regards to cost for the proponent. In this case, doubling the
Insurance is
cost,
also an issue too.
all those sort of things. So that's my thoughts on that. And I move to approve COA 24-06.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Carter and a second by Mr. McMahon. Any further discussion on the matter? All right, Mr. Angelo, will you please call the yeas and the nays on petition COA 24-06?
Ms. McCollum?
Yes.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Mann?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yay.
And Mr. Light?
Nay. All right, it passes. Right, at this time, we have no additional business to come before the Historic Preservation Board. We have a full house waiting on planning and zoning. Let's forego any potential workshop items at this time. Do we have a motion to adjourn Historic Preservation Agency special called meeting?
Move to adjourn.
Seven.
Carter and Nelson on the second. By hand sign?
Aye.
Aye. Hands down. Likewise opposed. All right, we stand adjourned for the special called Historic Preservation Agency meeting. At request of council, we are going to take a 5-minute intermission, and then I will gavel to order our continuance of the planning and zoning meeting for All right, at this time, I'm going to call into session the Planning and Zoning Board hearing, a continuation from the 10th of January. Our roll call shall remain the same. As this is a continuation, we do not have meeting minutes from previous session. However, at this time, we will have our legal representative up here at the rostrum go over what was covered at our previous session and the order of business, how we will proceed during this session. Floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding from the record that at the last session last week, we received the staff overview of the application. The applicant presented the application. We also received staff report and recommendation. We heard testimony offered by the intervener in this case, and it was at the conclusion of the testimony offered by the intervener that the meeting last week was continued this week, and so we would be picking up this week, starting with public comment, where members of the public could get up and address the board and would have 3 minutes each to do so. Following that, the applicant could then cross-examine any witnesses that were offered by the intervener last week. And then after that, the intervener in the case could cross-examine any witnesses offered by the applicant. Following that, staff could cross-examine anyone if they saw fit to do so. And then we would move into questions from the decision-making body, final arguments, discussions, and a vote.
All right, and from a parliamentary standpoint, since we merely stood in recess at the end of last week's meeting, does this require an untabling, or can we immediately go into our order of business?
I think you can go immediately into your order of business because it was recessed and continued this week. All witnesses would still be under oath, and I would remind them of that moving into the hearing this week.
At this time, anyone who was not present for a previous meeting and was not sworn in, will you please rise? Council, will you please administer the oath?
Yes. For those who are standing, do you each swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. I do. Thank you. And let the record reflect that all three who were sworn indicated that they would so tell the truth.
Very nice.
Thank you.
This time we're going to begin the public comment phase of this petition. I have a stack of everyone that had requested the right to speak in front of this quasi-judicial matter. As you come to the podium, please state your name with spelling and legal address of record for Mr. Angelo to record. I had our Director of Growth Management cut the deck for me. These are in no particular order. It has been randomized, so don't get mad at me if you're not in the right spot in order where you wanted to go. Savvy? We will have a 3-minute clock. There's one over there. There's one over here. Be respectful of everyone's time. If you need an extra 10 seconds to finish your thought, that's one thing. But if you're going an extra 30 seconds, I will gavel you down, and no one wants that. Since we have almost 30 of these comment requests, if your comment has been stated previously in great detail, please just indicate that you feel the exact same way, and let's see if we can get you all out of here before we hit the 5-hour mark. All right, at this time, will Mr. Brad Wheeler please approach the podium?
Good afternoon, Brad Wheeler, B-R-A-D, W-H-E-E-L-E-R, live at 197 Northwest Brookside Court, Lake City, 32055. Thank you for the public comments this week. I appreciate you extending it. I've lived on the east side of I-75 on Brookside Court, which is the road that runs between McDonald's and Sonny's, since 1967. That's when my dad built our house there. 90 was a 2-lane road. There was nothing out there but farms. The interstate had been completed. Since that time, of course, things come in, and you know what it's like out there now. I go in and out. I'm semi-retired, and I go in and out of my house 3 or 4 times a day. Constantly, every day, the traffic is backed up to highway from the interstate past McDonald's to the east side. I can't see the other way coming eastbound, but I know it's backed up past the interstate there all the time. One of my main concerns with besides the noise pollution, the smoke pollution, is the increased traffic on Highway 90. One critical component of that is ambulances, emergency vehicles getting into the hospital road, which is on this side. When trucks exit the interstate and waiting in line to get there, it was stated last week that it takes them 10 to 15 minutes to fuel up one truck. I know they only have 3 lanes there. If they have a 100-foot sign erected inviting the truckers to get off with cheap fuel, is all it's going to do is let those trucks line up out on 90 and further impede the traffic. And I think it's a very safety concern that we all need to be concerned about. The noise pollution, the vibration, I can attest to that. A lot of 18-wheelers come in and they try to park in McDonald's or Sunday. Well, there's nowhere for them to park. So guess where they try to park? In front of my house. Or they'll block the lane between Sunny's and McDonald's. I can feel the vibration in my house, and I can hear the trucks running inside my house, and I have a brick house. So I know the noise pollution, plus the smoke, with the trucks constantly running when they're sleeping or whatever they're doing. Was that street that goes down to where the hotel and Denny's and all that is, was that street originally constructed for heavy trucks? The type of construction of that street, was it constructed for that? I don't know the answer to that, but I doubt it was. My understanding last week, I attended all 5 hours of the meeting. In the traffic study, it was said that that was not done. It was not done correctly from the interstate traffic, and I think that traffic study needs to be relooked at. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Bruce Drawds. Drawdy, sorry.
Hi, my name is Bruce Drawdy. That's B-R-U-C-E, Drawdy, D-R-A-W-D-Y. I live at 317 Northwest Streamside Court. I agree with everything that Mr. Wheeler has said. I have some real concerns about access getting in and out of the hospital. There's one way in, one way out. And when you look at the way traffic backs up there already, I think adding this truck stop is going to increase, the flow of traffic there. There's going to be more traffic stuck backing up. As Brad said, from I-75 to the east, it already backs up to Walmart a lot of times. This is just going to be additional congestion. Then the other thing I would remind you of is I've sat on the planning and zoning board years ago. Your obligation is not to these guys. They make a lot of money to come here to try to make you think you're doing a good thing. This is not a good thing for our community. Your obligation is to these people who live here, people who work here and reinvest their dollars in this community. These guys are going to make their money and leave us a big mess. So I would urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Azzy Handy.
My name is Azzy Handy, spell it A-Z-I-E. Last name Handy, H-A-N-D-Y. And my address is 285 Southwest Sweetbriar Lane, Lake City. Hello. So I would agree with what he just said, everything that he said. Because, we've had a lot of, I say the American people are getting tired of all of these analyst people who are, their job is for the corporation. These big corporations come and they're about making more money, and it's not about helping us. I was thinking so much today about coming here tonight, how we've had, the food industry. Now we're eating food that is bad in them. The car industry, they told us these electric cars are good. Now we're having problems getting rid of the batteries. These solar panel fields, now we have so many deer. This last year, I couldn't imagine all the accidents on the interstate. We went on a trip from South Carolina, and I went down several times to Gainesville, and I'd never seen that many deer in my life. and I've lived in this area for a very long time, on the interstate. And so I think, you know, these people who come in with their reports and decide this is what's best, you know, what he said, we need to go what's best for the people. Has anyone thought about that area on 90 is very congested all the time? About a couple weeks ago, I had to take my mom to the emergency room. The hospital is there. If that is backed up, that's a problem. Not everyone goes to the emergency room in an ambulance. So sometimes it takes a lot longer. Her blood pressure was at 224. Imagine if that's backed up and it's like that. And has anyone thought about the interstate? That definitely needs to go in their annals that they came up with, because if 5 semis got off of the interstate and was waiting at that light, that light takes a very long time coming from the interstate onto 90 going east, you wait for a long time. If 5 semis were backed up there, they would be backed up to the interstate. That could cause major accidents on the interstate because traffic would be stopped on the interstate. So I think that we definitely need to take what's important for our community, because that road 90, the whole 90 is getting worse and worse because all the businesses want to be in that main section. And I think if we're going to do anything on 90, maybe we could go out 90 west and pave it going towards I-7 or the Jacksonville exit to put 4 lane. You know, this week I'm actually going to a celebration of life for one of my friends who passed away on that road over Christmas time. We have a lot of accidents going on that road. It needs to be doubled. So if we do something coming from I-75 to 90, we're definitely going to have to do some road construction, because it won't make sense with the traffic getting off at the interstate. All of these semis, the semis take much longer to get through a traffic light than a car does. So we could use our money wisely doing more out 90 west versus doing something at that intersection.
Thank you. John Craig. John Craig. Do we have anyone in the rotunda downstairs?
No.
Okay.
If it benefits the chair,
No.
I remember seeing Mr. Craig last week, but I haven't seen him tonight.
Okay. No name? No name? Tony Bozzella.
I am Tony Bozzella, Tony Bozzella, Buzzella, live at 174 Southwest Brookwood Drive, down in Columbia City. I agree with everything that's been said, so I won't rehash it, but I want y'all to think about something. I know y'all to be people of integrity. You don't take bribes. You don't do things underhandedly. I trust you. The community trusts you. If somebody brings you information that's incomplete and you act on it based on good faith, you're doing it out of integrity. You're believing the facts as they're presented. I would do the same thing. I've sat on other boards myself over the years. I understand that. But if you're given information that's incomplete, you act on information that you have, you could have been in error. You could have made a mistake. I made a lot of mistakes in my lifetime. We all do. But if your mistake is pointed out and you understand that that mistake, that vote that you took was based on faulty information, it's not your fault. You can fix that. You can rectify a mistake. I listened very carefully for 5 hours. I listened that by the time these gentlemen were finished, very professional, very impressed how they presented. If I had stopped listening at the halfway point before I heard the other side, I would have voted just like y'all did, because it made sense. But there were some things left out. The health issues, the concerns of the traffic, that traffic study that was, whatever was presented, I think it's bogus. I think it's incomplete. It didn't have all the information. So if something's partially true, but part of it isn't, or you leave out important elements, then it's a lie. It's misinformation. And you all acted out of integrity and good faith based on faulty information. And that's what happened. Pure and simple. When I heard the other side, nobody contradicted them. They spoke the truth. They pointed out the facts. And truth is what's at issue here. You got to know what the truth is. Because if you don't, you'll get deceived. And that's exactly what happened to y'all. You got deceived. Well, now you know the truth. And you know that traffic is already a mess. It's going to be worse. And when there's an accident, somebody gets killed out there, that's on you. Knowing the facts and then voting incorrectly, then that's on you. But you all are people of integrity. And if you listen carefully to all sides of the argument, the real question here is, okay, based on the information that you now have, is having that truck stop where it's located a good idea or not? Is that going to be in the best interest of our community? And I'll tell you, I've lived here most of my life, and I say, no, it's not. And I trust you all to make a proper decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzella. Joe Adkins. Joe Adkins. Barbara Lemley.
Barbara Lemley, B-A-R-B-A-R-A, Lemley, L-E-M-L-E-Y. My address is 393 Northwest Fairway Drive, 32055. I have lived here for 43 years. I've seen Lake City grow, and I think that, and I feel that if putting a Circle K expanded high-speed diesel would not be in the right thing to do. Big trucks would come, but it would not prohibit diesel fifth wheels coming in and also taking up space. And I do go to that Circle K, and I can relate to having to wait to get in or wait to get out. And as everyone has said before, I agree with everything. Mr. Patel has been good for the community. You know, he has stopped all the vagrants, migrants, and homeless people from congregating underneath the interstate because it does not present a good image when you come to Lake City and you used to see these people sitting there, not hiding, but hibernating. And I think that it's okay to be wrong. And I hope you guys don't have to say, oh, I made a mistake by allowing it. Both sides have presented their case. And I think Guy Norris did an excellent explanation as to why the Circle K should not be allowed to have a high-speed diesel. I can agree that I live down the road from the hospital, and there have been times where I can't leave the neighborhood because there's one way in and one way out. And if there's traffic there, you don't go. And it does present a problem if someone wants to go to the hospital. So I hope you guys take this into consideration and vote no on allowing a high-speed diesel truck stop to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lemley. Aaron Trippensey. Aaron was a witness that last week, right? I think this may have been filed in mistake. All right, I apologize. I'm going to butcher this name, but Ben Lofstrom. Did I get that right?
You did.
All right.
My name is Ben Lofstrom, Lofstrom, 443 Southwest Fall Court, Lake City. My opinion is that we should not allow high-speed diesel pumps at the Circle K expansion. I do not feel that the site is large enough to accommodate trucks as they're staging to come in or as they're leaving to get on Highway 90 and go south on I-75. I believe that they will block traffic excessively as they leave Centurion Court onto Highway 90 and then immediately try to get in the right lane to go south on I-75. The point has been made that there are only 3 diesel pumps. However, when you install a 100-foot tall billboard so that semi-truck drivers can see it, these drivers do not know that there are only 3 diesel pumps. Typically, when there are signs of that height advertising diesel to truckers, the assumption is made that it is in fact a truck stop. Therefore, there's the potential for a large influx of semis to be coming off the ramp and coming onto Highway 90 and trying to enter Centurion Court. I do not think they will be able to because there will already be existing lines of semi-trucks. Then the semi-truck may try to go to the end of the cul-de-sac and do a U-turn to get back out of the subdivision, but the cul-de-sac is not engineered for high flows of semi-tractor trailers. I fear in the summertime when the asphalt gets hot, the semis will destroy the end of the road as they do their turns, and the city will be forced to continuously repair the end of Centurion Court. Because of the long length of semi-tractor trailers and the small amount of property and the fact that it is a one-entrance street, I think that adding the high-speed diesel pumps will only create problems for all of the citizens that have to drive on Highway 90 on the west side of town, and also for all the current and future occupants of Centurion Court. Also, the point has been made that they will not allow overnight trucking. However, if a trucker pulls off and parks either in the parking lot or on Centurion Court, does the city now also plan to enact fines for the truckers that park overnight? And if that is the case, why are we inviting the truckers and then also fining them for parking when the simple fact is that by having a 100-foot tall sign, we are inviting truckers in as though it is in fact a full-fledged truck stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bivens?
Billy Bivens, 323 Southwest Cindy Glen, Lake City, Florida. My name's Billy Bivens. I own Super B Freight. I own a small trucking company with several trucks. What you're going to run into, and this is going from 20 plus years experience as a truck driver and an owner of a trucking company. Truck drivers use apps to get their fuel. Truck drivers get their fuel at the end of their DOT clocks. We live in a world now that all your trucks have electronic logs in their trucks. They can't deviate from them. And as a truck driver, you try to make the most of your day by spending all of your time driving. So you plan your fuel stop at the very end of your clock. So when these guys pull up their app, several apps, Keep Trucking, y'all can pull them up and look at them. They're going to see fuel in Lake City. Your number one priority coming into Florida is to get to this side of the scales. These are a lot of things that if you're not a truck driver, you're not going to know about. But there's no truck stops between the scales and Ellisville. And if you go to Ellisville on a given night, not only are all them truck stops full, but all the on-ramps are full. Every business has trucks in their parking lots. Everywhere that you can pull a truck, there's a truck due to these digital logs that everybody runs. The problem with these digital logs is once you pull in fuel, you're now out of clock. So the law says if you drive that truck over a certain mile an hour or over a certain distance, you're now in violation, federal violation. So they won't do it. They don't care if you got a no parking sign. My drivers don't. I don't when I'm driving. I'm going to find somewhere safe to park that truck and I'm going to park it. So You got the sign on the side of the road, sure, that's a very small part of it. You can eliminate the sign and not post that you have truck diesel. But the drivers are gonna put on the apps that there's truck diesels now at this exit. So every business on that side of town, come the next morning, especially if you have a backup on that interstate, you're gonna have trucks in the Cracker Barrel parking lot, every hotel's parking lot, Sonny's parking lot, Walmart's gonna be inundated with trucks. It don't matter that there's only 3, diesel pumps there. That's irrelevant. Truck drivers ain't gonna know that when they cross the state line. All they're gonna know on their app is that, hey, there's a truck stop now at Highway 90. They're gonna get off at Highway 90. They're gonna run over your curbs, wherever they park, they're gonna throw their urine bottles. I hate to say this, I'm a truck driver, but there's a percentage of your truck drivers that are nasty human beings. And you're gonna get the good with the bad. And I mean, guys, I stay the night in truck stop parking lots. I get out and step over urine bottles and where somebody stood on the side of his truck and took next to his truck instead of going in the place. And you're gonna get all that if you allow this. So, I'm a truck driver and I don't wanna say anything bad about trucks, but y'all need to know what you're getting if you allow this.
All right, just as an aside, can I ask our print media and our video media not to run the phrase urine bottles tomorrow morning? Or the phrase nasty human beings. That does not need to be above the fold. Handwriting's a bit difficult, but is this Jonathan Gluss or Jonathan Sluss? Come on down.
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Jonathan Sluss, Jonathan Sluss, 407 Northwest Lake City Avenue. Okay, I found out about the short notice, so I tried to mock something up real quick. I live in like the northwestern quadrant between north of 90 and west of 75. I've lived there for about 8 years. One of the things that started happening recently, it gets so busy that we're regularly stopping at green lights as traffic backs up behind the next light. So sometimes when I pull out of Lake City Avenue, I can actually see the traffic backed up all the way to 252. And that's when I know I have to take my alternative rural route, which is an extra, so to get to my work, which is on 47, it takes about 10 minutes on a good day, maybe 8 minutes. I have to take another rural route, and it takes about 15 minutes to get to work. I counted about 8 lights, about a half mile on either side of the interstate. Regularly, we see this every few minutes during rush traffic. People stop at green lights because they want to keep the intersection open. So obviously traffic is a huge issue and is a real problem already. And like the lady pointed out earlier, people trying to get to the hospital, not just ambulances, but people in their cars. There's also a school down 252. I know that's an issue with traffic already. The light between where's the Circle K, that light right there, and then the interstate, what is that, like 200 feet? If you have a bunch of semis pulling out, what's going to happen there? Everyone's just got to stop at that green light again. And also, I'm concerned about the off-ramp coming off the interstate when you're going southbound at I-75, turning right, because there's, you have to get out into 90 and then back into the turning lane for Circle K, because it goes down to 2 lanes there. Unlike the other side where you have that when you come out onto the right, it goes into 3 lanes and there's, have to stop. So I believe on top of an already huge inconvenience, this would be a real public safety concern. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Joey O'Hearn.
Good evening. Joey O'Hearn, O''H-E-R-N, 203 Southwest Plateau Glen, Lake City, Florida. Good evening. My name is Joey O'Hearn, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Lake City Columbia County Chamber of Commerce, a 100-year-old organization representing close to 500 businesses and over 4,000 employees in our area. There's been an outpouring of concern from those members the last few weeks regarding the matter at hand. Through numerous discussions in recent weeks, a resounding consensus has emerged that everyone acknowledges the importance of growth for our community. However, the prevailing sentiment is that this growth should be deliberate, carefully considered, and thoroughly examined. Furthermore, as you're contemplating the potential of a project of such magnitude, we'd simply ask and advocate for a thorough due diligence process to ensure the well-being of our community now for generations to come. Thank you.
Commissioner Hollingsworth?
Robbie Hollingsworth, do I need?
Legal address of record for Mr. Angelo.
310 Southwest Green Acre Way, Lake City, Florida, 32024. First of all, I want to thank all y'all for being on this board. I've been on boards, and everybody doesn't really realize what a job it is to be on a board and be. You have a lot of pressure. You have a lot of people from both sides working on this. And I agree with the speaker, Mr. Drawdy. You represent this community. You don't represent anybody else. You don't represent businesses. You represent this community. And in my mind, I'm going to just tell you the truth. I've been driving that road for 41 years, and I don't need a traffic study to know that that road gets blocked up both ways. I try to come in the mornings. I have to go around 252B all the way down Sister's Welcome to get into town a lot of times. It's a 20-minute drive. And the safety is something I'm really concerned about. And most of these folks have about said everything I wanted to say, but I want to say some extra stuff too. But economic development, and y'all know about that. You're in it. That's your job. It needs planning. You know, you don't put an industrial complex next to a hotel. You don't put, you know, this section is a restaurant, small business, grocery stores, hotels, and a hospital. That's just not somewhere you put a truck stop type business because of traffic and because of a lot of other reasons. But one of the main ones, you know, really this section is a lot like the Oaks Mall exit. Will we pop a truck stop in right there? You know, with the hospitals, the mall, all the same businesses that are there are on this exit. So, and they have a lot less funnel than we do under that interstate. Most of the time, there's only one lane that's even barely moving. And with this, that one lane that you can get around and get out, I drive it every day. It'll be blocked. You know, I just believe that. And but that was my biggest thing, is to compare it to somewhere else. And I just thought that the Oaks Mall probably wouldn't be a good place for this either. So and I want truckers to know, and I was really happy the trucker here said that, and because I want the truckers to know that we're now in partnership with DOT 10 miles down the road to provide 75 truck parking spots. We're going to build them ourselves and provide those, and then there's truck tires, there's repairs, everything you need at that next truck stop down there. Everything that a trucker needs. And I know they have problems with parking, and that's why we're putting that in. So that's going to alleviate a lot of that, you know, of trucks not having a place to go, and they really do have that problem. But as a county commissioner, I can promise you, if you're worried about what people in Columbia County want, I've had calls. I can't even tell you how many calls. I can't record it. I had to have an answer service pick up some of them. So they were calling on top of each other for the last couple of weeks. So I really appreciate y'all doing your job. And in my mind, there's really no other answer but not having this, because it's just too much of a concern for the people and just too many safety issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. David Kraus. Is he in here tonight? No. Janik Patel.
Thank you. It's Janak Patel, Janak, last name Patel, 726 Northwest Clubview Circle, Lake City, 32055. Thank you very much for allowing me to come up here and put my views up here. I'm a member of the Tourist Development Council, as well as I sit on the executive board for the Foundation for Florida Gateway College. And I understand, myself being in the same place that you are today, it's difficult to make decisions. But I believe that this truck stop is not the right location. I love Amazon, Walmart, Sam's Club, and that brings to the conclusion that you cannot exclude trucks from your life, daily lives. But I believe the truck stop that has been planned up here at Circle K is not the right location. It needs to be at other locations. If you see any well-planned, managed communities, cities, you can even take an example of Ocala, villages, or even McLean. They have planned their truck stops at an exit that would not congest their main exits. And I've driven by them. I'm in tourism. I've drove by them. I've seen that, how they plan. So for me, I'm not against a stop, but I'm against a stop at this particular exit. What's going to happen, apart from everybody talked, there's going to be traffic, pollution, vibration, everything. But it's going to stop, it's going to destroy the future growth of this community. I've been in this town for 18 years, but if you see around up here, there are people who have been born and raised up here. Their forefathers have lived up here. They have built this community. We all have built this community. And this is not the growth we aspire. What we need is not this kind of development, because this development is going to hamper the growth of this community. You know, they say that the first impression is the last impression. First impression is the last impression, and you never get a second chance to make that first impression. If we make this mistake of allowing this stop to come up here, we will never get a second chance to rectify this mistake. And we will never be able to make that first impression, what we call the gateway to Florida. This is what the TDC, this is what we promote, tagline, gateway to Florida. And this is something we do not want to see at this particular exit. This is not the right location for this truck stop. It needs to be somewhere away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Shanalish Patel.
Thank you. My name is Shailesh Patel, Shailish. Last name Patel, Patel. 361 Southwest Timber Ridge Drive, Lake City, 32055. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a general manager at True by Hilton in Lake City, Florida, at Centurion Court. And I'm going to address my issues. A lot of people have said already a lot about other issues, but I'm specifically going to speak about the issues that I encounter every day. Currently, we are having an issue with the truckers parking semi-trucks at Centurion Court. With the planned expansion of new Circle K truck stop, our concern is it will have more trucks parked at the Centurion Court. With truckers being allowed to drive only 8 to 10 hours a day with limited amount of parking spot available at the planned expansion and with no overnight parking. This will cause even more parking at Centurion Court. there has been instances where truck have been parked at Centurion Court and we have to call police on multiple occasions to resolve the issues. Because the trucks are being parked, they are left on, sound, vibration, and they are parked near the entrance of the hotel, and they use the truck when they move out, they use it as like a turning point. And in past, we have seen our employees' car has been damaged, guest car has been damaged, and it's an ongoing issue. They are parked on the sidewalks, damaging the hydrants, sprinklers, and even the city water system. And I think year and a half ago, there was a big damage to a city water system, and that has caused enormous amount of problems at our hotel. With parking, we are worried about safety of our guests. Centurion Court does not have adequate truck parking spots. Guests have been approached me with concerns of truck being parked outside the hotel. The presence of these truckers also being along the untoward behavior which is inappropriate for our guests to witness. It is damaging to both the reputation of our hotel and other businesses on Centurion Court. Additionally, with the planned expansion of truck stop, the traffic at the exit will create bottlenecks, resulting into delays, and will also be a safety hazard in absence of a retaining lane. Our city takes a lot of pride in being a gateway to Florida. Do we really need to create these delays and safety hazard to our citizens and guests at Centurion Court? Please review the traffic concerns, the concerns regarding the business at True and other businesses at Centurion Court holistically before coming to a conclusion on expansion of the truck stop. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Amanda Johnson.
Amanda Johnson, AmandaJohnson. I am the operation manager at the Comfort Suites, which was brought up last week as a truck stop. Just using the definition that's been presented, Comfort Suites cannot qualify as a truck stop. We have no fueling area for trucks, so therefore that's not its main purpose. Also, as Mr. Salad said, I'm going to bring up several of the issues that we have on a regular basis at the hotel. We have people that come through that have accidents coming in and out just because of traffic. We actually had an employee earlier this week that had an accident. And as soon as an accident happens right there at that intersection by the interstate, it backs up traffic both ways, which becomes a major issue for emergency service vehicles and just people trying to get home at the end of their day. So it just causes major issues there. Also, another point I'd like to point out, they keep saying that this isn't a major part of their business, that the profits from this won't be the major portion of it. Why would you be here fighting so hard to have it continue and develop further if it wasn't going to be major profits and portions to your business? That was the only thing that I was kind of interested in.
All right, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Sharon Del Castillo.
Sharon Del Castillo, SharonDelCastillo, 1464 Southwest Japhus Avenue, Lake City 32024. Good evening. My name is Sharon. As a wife, a mother, a member of the workforce, and a member of this community for over 30 years, this matter weighs heavily on me. 4 years ago, Veterans Day, November 11, 2019, My husband had a life-altering ischemic stroke. I am so very grateful for the medical personnel that arrived within minutes of my call and had my husband on his way to the hospital. His neurology team stated to me then how lucky we were to have gotten help as quickly as we did, because, and this is so important, time is brain. The countless times that I have been stuck under and around I-75 on Highway 90 in traffic has caused me to worry about emergency vehicles moving through the area and how much additional time it takes. Now, to imagine not just more traffic, but the addition of significantly larger vehicles in that area is concerning to me, and it should be to each and every one of us. I have worked off of Florida Gateway Drive now for over 10 years. In that time, I have had to call for emergency services several times. Sadly, over the years, the response times have grown longer and longer. I know that this is not due to the emergency services themselves, but is significantly impacted by the overly congested area that they must go through to get to us. Now, I truly fear for not only my health and safety, but for anyone that requires emergency services in our area if this truck stop were to become a reality. I thank you for hearing me out today, and I truly hope that the decision on this matter is not one that negatively impacts our community.
Thank you, Ms. Del Castillo. John Cole.
John Cole, JohnCole, 523 Northwest Saturn Lane, Lake City 32055. My name is John Cole. I'm with Kids Feeding Kids, and come to talk about the truck stop that isn't a truck stop or a truck stop for fuel. We have a thrift store that's located south of Columbia High, and we have an agriculture center off of Brown Road. So we do a lot of driving back and forth throughout the day. To have a truck stop come out would make this way worse, and one of the worst ideas of Lake City. Highway 90 is very congested throughout the day, and having trucks come in right next to the interstate all the time would make it much worse. Like Commissioner Hollingsworth said, I also had to take a detour quite a lot, the same detour actually, and I can't imagine it getting any worse than that. In fact, I would actually urge these attorneys and Circle K corporate to just come and drive like 5 days a week at 5 o'clock from Publix to Circle K, and then they would actually see the truth and not just look at a picture that they probably took on a Sunday morning. I also, if this is approved, these few lanes, I have a feeling would eventually become a much larger truck stop in the future. Instead of a truck stop, why not bring revenue to our city by building more businesses that are more youth-oriented? That should be a priority over a truck stop when there's another truck stop just 15 miles away. Let's make a decision and decide what's best for, let's make the right decision and decide what's best for the people and not what's best for a corporation that doesn't know any better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Danielle Decker.
Hello, Danielle Decker, Dennille, Decker, Decker, and my address is 561 Northwest Hackney Terrace, Lake City, Florida, 32055. Okay, thank you guys for having us here tonight. As I mentioned, my name is Danielle Decker, and I first wanted to start off and just kind of tell the board a little bit of something, as well as other people in the audience. I work for a commercial real estate development company who primarily deals in affordable housing. So I'm no stranger to coming to planning and zoning boards and having communities upset over what we're trying to bring to their community, no matter how positive we might think that might be. So I understand your position and I sympathize with you this evening. However, I'm also a member of the Tourist Development Council and the former executive director of the Lake City Columbia County Chamber of Commerce. I'm extremely invested in the image of Lake City as well as its growth and development. Those two items cannot exist without each other. For years, Lake City has fought the stigma of being the first rest area when you come into the state. You know, I remember as a student at the University of Florida, people would always get Lake City and Lakeland confused. And I'd say, no, it's just up the road. And they'd say, oh yeah, where you stop to go to the bathroom. So by having a giant sign in the first area in which you're coming into town as a quote unquote truck stop, all that's going to do is continue to make that our image. And we're so much more than that. Lake City has so much more to offer. So I would encourage you to think about, you know, not just the traffic, that point has been belabored for the local community, but think about the image that our community has as a whole. You know, and when we have these type of facilities, a couple exits down, let's keep Highway 90 as the commercial business corridor and, you know, continue to grow it and make it even more sustainable for our community. But having a truck stop there is not the right move. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Decker. Commissioner Williams?
Ron Williams, 040 Northwest Winfield Street, Lake City, Florida, 32055. Thank you very much. In my 40+ years as county commissioner, this is my second time that I've been to the city council building to speak on a agenda item. I got all I can handle over here. But that's what's important to me. Back in the early 80s, the state of Florida legislature passed a bill because the community that we had to develop a comprehensive land use plan. Well, we did not adopt one. Well, when it came down to the deadline, the Department of Community Affairs said, if you all don't adopt a comprehensive land use plan, we're gonna adopt one for you. My feeling was that I didn't want to tell a person what to do with their land, but it's the best thing that ever happened to the state of Florida, especially Columbia County, by having a comprehensive land use plan backed up by the LDRs. That used to be my district back in those days. And I get all these calls from all these people robbing constituents about this truck stop. Now, some people don't call it a truck stop, but I don't care how much lipstick you put on a pig, it's a pig, and it's a truck stop. There have been items on the agenda where the LDRs could allow for a business to go. And I voted against it because it wasn't competitive to the area that it is. So just because it meets the LDR guidelines doesn't mean that you guys got to pass it. You got to look and see, do it fit the area? Do it fit and give you guys the things that you are looking for? I say this do not. Although the LDRs say it might be competitive in that area, but we're looking at one of the fastest growing counties in the United States of America. 38 fastest growing county in the United States of America is Columbia County. We are the gateway to Florida. Back in the old days, all roads led to Rome. In modern times, all roads lead to Columbia County. US 90, 41, 441, I-75, and I-10. We are the gateway to Florida, and we don't need a so-called gas station, or diesel station, or diesel pump at this exit. You cannot drive through, I don't even go that way unless I got to. The traffic is that bad. So just because the LDR say it meets the criteria, you don't have to do that. Just look at what's going on out there and what we can do to save and make Columbia County the truly gateway to Florida.
Thank you, Commissioner. Repeat. Found your repeat, Commissioner Hollingsworth. Tim Williams.
Good evening. I'm sure I'm going to say some things you probably already heard.
Name, spelling, and legal address of record for Mr. Angelo first, please.
Tim Williams, TIMWILLIAMS. I live in 3196 104th Street in Wellborn.
Oh, please hold that. Can you?
He totally needs to be sworn, yes. Thank you.
Raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Will you restate your name and address, please?
Tim Williams, 3196 104th Street, Wellborn, Florida, 32094. All right, so my experience and some applicable background is I've been a licensed real estate salesperson in Florida since 2000. I've won commercial sales awards in the South Florida market from 2002 to 2009. I've established a consulting firm for economic and real estate development in Greater Homestead, Miami-Dade area, established in 2001. I've been the City of Live Oak CRA director in 2013, 2014. Been on the Suwannee County Development Authority as the chairman from 2012, 2013. We moved up here in 2004 and have used US Highway 90 and the intersection of I-75 since long before that. I started coming up to this area regularly as a young farmer rancher board member of the Farm Bureau. And we're significantly impacted by this proposal because we use that intersection all the time. My wife, my 4 children have been raised here. My parents-in-laws live with us also out there. We either take I-75 to the US Highway 90 interchange at I-75 via I-10 to 75, or we come around 90. Either way, our main access point is through that intersection. I love the Circle K. They have the best drink selection of those frozen drinks in all of Florida. It's a great use of the site, but it's complicated and difficult to get in and out of there today. The stacking is not sufficient between US Highway 90 and the exit from Circle K. If a camper, large camper or large vehicle gets in there now, you have to sometimes wait a cycle, a whole light cycle to get out of there. And when we come from the west and we're headed to the east, as in peak traffic times, there's also a significant delay. Sometimes it takes 2 light cycles without, a bunch of, larger vehicles in that area to get through that light series of lights in there. I work from home mostly in Wellborn, but all of our doctors are, Camping World, the Cycle Place, Circle K itself, the restaurant there, the Denny's. We use that area. Our doctors are there. Our hospital is there. We travel that corridor regularly. So there's insufficient space between I-75 exit and entrance ramps and the entrance to the development, and insufficient space between the Circle K and the US Highway 90 intersection to manage current longer vehicle and truck traffic. So to invite additional users to engage in these movements at these intersections is a bad idea. Accidents, damage to the roadway, significant interruptions. Is that my timer?
Wrapped up.
To the east-west traffic flow will occur. So this is never a good idea. And I would suggest that someone who lives west of I-75 that's also callous to the lives of West Lake City, Western Columbia County, Southeast Suwannee County residents and taxpayers as unobstructed access to our only local hospital via US Highway 90 will be imperiled should you approve this request. There's a lot more in this. I'm going to leave this as written commentary. I understand the concept. there are better places. You can think of places and intersections along the interstate that you don't want to get off because it's complicated and difficult. We don't want that to happen here. That's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Who gets this?
Mr. Angelo.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. I know you have a hard job.
And would the board attorney please like to assign an exhibit number to the written statement that the member of the public just entered to Mr. Angelo's station?
I'm not sure what the conventions are, but so I don't have the next exhibit number. I would defer to staff on what the appropriate exhibit number would be.
We can do it as public comment, Exhibit 1.
So PC 1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dylan Adams.
Good evening. It's Dylan Adams, Dylan Adams, 130 North Marion Avenue in Lake City. So good evening. Thank you for your time. I have a 10-year background in retail site selection for a regional retailer. Spent time in the Midwest, Mid-Atlantic markets, Southeast, trying to find locations for where we need to put the next store, right? Not super familiar with the C-store model, which is convenience store. From what I understand, the traffic and the gas is a loss leader. They make the money in the store from the consumables. If anybody's been in the Circle K lately, you probably have noticed the add-ons of the pour-in mixers for your coffee. Anybody in here been to a Wawa? Sure they have. We're gonna get one on 47. They're trying to do what they can to add profitability to their business model. They do that via traffic. Where I'm confused for customer count, if you only have 3 pumps, what does that do to your volume and acquisition at customer cost? There are guys with a lot of starch on in this room, make a lot of money. They get paid to analyze those things. How many people it takes to break even, whether or not they can sell that Circle K location to an investor and it's a long-term lease. It's called a cap rate deal. What I would really, really implore you to take note of, just because we can do something doesn't mean we should as a community, okay? I have $25 million worth of commercial real estate listed all over this county. I've got Kenworth Trucking almost under an LOI I shouldn't discuss in public forum for Business Point Drive. Guess what's not gonna go on 47? A truck stop. We're also not getting a Publix, we're getting a Wawa, okay? Busy Bee didn't put one on 90. Do you know why? Because they're local and they know better. They're going to Ellisville. We're working on some acquisition there to do some things to turn around in lights. I saw 2 county commissioners here. We're working on a project for the community. Those things make sense, right? I'm sorry the profitability is not gonna be there for this client. Rib Crib's not gonna happen. We're getting a Shaq's Big Chicken restaurant. I know everybody's familiar with Shaquille O'Neal. There's a chicken restaurant that'll rival KFC and a quasi mix of Chick-fil-A right on this little 2-lane entrance road with a cul-de-sac with a multi-level U-Haul going at the end of the cul-de-sac. Anybody been to downtown Jacksonville and get stuck in traffic? There's one of those high-rise U-Hauls right there. We are setting ourselves up for failure. You had a truck driver here saying they pee in bottles, okay? Not the only thing they're gonna be doing back there in those marshlands. We put up 6-foot fences at the overpass. It looked like Hollywood, Florida here when I moved back 6 years ago and I got off the exit to go to my mother's house. She lives out West Pineville. What I don't want to do is impede safety. I do want to see development, but not at the cost of the community and the citizens. Everybody else here wants more restaurants, not gas pumps. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. At this time, I'm going to make sure we've got check marks on all of these. Absent. Spoke. Yes. Absent. Spoke. All right, that is everyone that wished to address the board.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest maybe at this time, before we move into the cross-examination, it may be a good time to take a brief recess and then let everyone take a break, because the next part of it could be another hour or so.
Okay, let's put a pin in that just for a minute. Let's do a little business real quick. At this time, do we have a motion from the board to close the public comment portion of this petition?
Move to close public comment.
Second. Carter, McKellum, by hand vote?
Aye.
Aye, hands down. Likewise opposed. At the advice of council, we will take a brief intermission. I stress the brief part of it because we may be here for a while. We stand in recess. Please cut the. We having a problem going live? We're waiting on the video feed. Do you anticipate this to be an extended issue, or are you just trying to reestablish?
It's good. It's just not previewing. So.
Okay, very nice. All right, welcome back to the continuation of our special call planning and zoning board meeting. This time on our order of business, the applicant is provided the opportunity to cross-examine any witnesses that may have been previously presented by the interveners. This time, representative for the applicant.
Good evening, Jason Gabriel with the law firm of Burr Foreman, here on behalf of the applicant, 50 North Laura Street, Suite 3000, Jacksonville, Florida 32202. And I'm here with my partner, Marshall Rainey from the Tampa office, who will get up in a moment. Our plan is to, I'll be cross-examining Dr. Jeff Buchholz, and then when I sit down, my partner, Mr. Rainey, will be cross-examining Mr. Patel. So if that's okay. So with that, I'd like to cross-examine Dr. Jeff Buchholz.
Dr. Buchholz, please take the stand. And Mr. Buchholz, or I'm sorry, Dr. Buchholz, I remind you, you are still under oath from the previous session.
Ready to proceed?
Just waiting for him to get his notes ready. You ready? The floor is yours.
Good evening, Dr. Buchholz. You issued a letter dated December 20, 2023, addressed to Mr. Nick Patel, correct?
Yes.
The subject of that letter was titled Technical Evaluation of October 2023 Circle K Traffic Impact Analysis, correct?
Yes.
So that letter was not a traffic impact analysis, correct?
No.
Have you performed a traffic impact analysis for this particular subject site or project?
No.
So essentially, your December 20th letter was a critique of Kimley Horn's October 2023 traffic impact analysis, correct?
Yes.
You stated in your testimony that the background traffic for the developments that were approved after this expansion was approved in July 2022 should have been included in the traffic analysis. Is that common practice for developments that are submitted later to be added back into a traffic analysis that was completed previously?
If the development is known, it's irrelevant what the order of the paperwork was. So yes, it's standard practice to include known developments, especially ones that are under construction.
But after the approval of the project?
It makes no difference. Now, in the first study, they may not have known, but the second study, they were conducting accounts when the buildings were in place, so they definitely knew that those were going on.
You stated that the calibration factors that were utilized in the Kimley-Horn analysis were inappropriate. That's sort of paraphrasing. Did you review the section of the Kimley-Horn traffic study that discussed the calibration?
I read the whole study. It's not very long.
The study, so just to kind of bring your attention to what I'm referring to, which is referenced on page 5, it compared the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is known as the ITE, trip generation manual, trip generation estimates for the existing 24 vehicle fueling position gas station to the existing traffic on Northwest Centurion Court. So the study shows that the ITE rates suggested that the site would generate 649 AM peak hour trips and 546 PM peak hour trips. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right.
So the Kimley-Horn study notes that the existing traffic on Northwest Centurion Court was quite a bit lower than those values, though. Isn't that correct?
That's what the study says.
What the study says is that the observed AM peak hour volumes were approximately 31% of the ITE estimates. And the observed PM peak hour volumes were approximately 40% of the ITE estimates.
Which is suspicious.
And suspicious in what way?
That's a big difference from the average for a high volume location, as what the Circle K gentleman said, it was a high volume location, yet the counts come back less than half of an average location. So it's a bit suspicious.
You made a comment during your testimony that it was inappropriate to treat truck fueling positions like car fueling positions. And I think that's a reasonable thing to say.
I'm glad you agree, because the report doesn't do that. It treats cars and trucks like they're the same. It expands a car fueling facility and acts like that's a truck fueling facility.
So let's get into that. In last week's testimony, it was stated that the average standard vehicle fueling position fills up approximately 10 gallons per vehicle and takes about 3 to 5 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Sounds reasonable to me.
And in last week's testimony, it was also stated that the average high-speed diesel fueling position fills up approximately 100 gallons per truck and takes about 10 to 15 minutes, correct? So let's assume that every truck is on the faster end of that range. So let's just assume for a minute that every truck takes 10 minutes to fill up. How many trucks would fill up per fueling position in 1 hour? 6, that's correct.
I'm pretty good at math.
You're a doctor, yeah. Doesn't take a doctor to do some simple math. If there are 3, so that's 6. So if there are 3 truck fueling positions that can each fill 6 trucks in 1 hour, how many trucks could fill up at all 3 in 1 hour if they had all filled up in 10 minutes?
That's 18, right?
Yes.
And I think 10 minutes is pretty quick.
So
quick.
Right. And
fill up a truck.
We're assuming the faster end of the range for a minute.
It's probably more like 15, and that might even be quick, so that would be 12.
So if 18 trucks could fill up during 1 hour, how many trips would that account for with the new expansion? I guess you'd have to assume
half of what Kimley-Horn said was going to be there. So that's the problem. Let's just look at it logically. They said 72 trips, that's 36 trucks in the peak hour. And we just found out that only 18 trucks can be serviced in that peak hour. That's just what you said, and I think it's more like 12 can be serviced in that peak hour. So what do you think is going to happen to the rest of that demand There's a difference between demand and supply, and you're confusing the two. The supply is how many they can service. The demand is how many are going to want to be serviced. They are going to sit and wait behind those other trucks, or they're going to park out in the roadway, and that's going to create a big mess. So you've just hung yourself in showing that Kimley-Horn's own numbers are going to be double what the supply is during the
The
peak
number is
hour.
36. It's 18 in, 18 out.
That's
And
not what
are
Kimley-Horn
you aware-
says.
I'm
Kimley-Horn
asking the
says
question. I'm
72.
asking the question, so you answer my
I'm
question.
trying to answer your question.
Are
You're
you
not
aware
listening.
that?
Let's all be civil.
I'm trying to answer his question. He's not listening.
Are you aware that 36 trips is actually fewer than what Kimley-Horn forecasted at the
Yes,
site?
they expect to be twice that many.
Are you aware that the ITE trip generation manual has a land use code 950, which specifically is set for truck stops?
Yes.
So ITE, that manual defines a truck stop, correct?
It defines what we commonly know as truck stops. This is not a full truck stop.
So it defines a truck stop as, quote, a facility located adjacent to an interstate highway interchange that provides commercial vehicle fueling, space and supplies for self-service vehicle maintenance, and other services specific to the needs of truckers. For example, showers, on-site truck parking area, etc. The facility typically contains a convenience store, restroom facilities, and one or more restaurants, either fast food or high turnover sit down. Gasoline service station, which is land use code 944, and convenience store gas stations, land use code 945, are related uses. Now, we know that the ITE does not dictate to the city what uses are to be interpreted for what functions in a given zoning. That's the jurisdiction of the city. We all recognize that. However, the ITE is absolutely persuasive technical information on how you're to view that use from a traffic point of view, correct?
What question are you asking me? I just told you it's not a truck stop. It's not a traditional truck stop. It's a mini truck stop. It's a new use. I said that the last time I
Okay,
was here.
thank you. I appreciate
This is
that.
it.
I'm moving on to my next question.
I don't get to finish answering the question? Or I got to the
You
point you
answered the
didn't like
question.
the answer. What's the?
You
what's-
answered the question.
Yeah, you didn't
You
like
can
the
finish
rest
your
of the
statement.
answer.
You can finish the statement.
Okay, just as I said when I was here before, this is a new land use. This is something that hasn't been there before, this mini truck stop, where they add just a few truck fueling positions behind the convenience store. It has some aspects of a traditional truck stops and other aspects it doesn't have. What's the best way to determine how many trips something like this will generate? Go out and find similar ones that are out there that are near an interstate and count them. Kimley-Horn did not do that, and they were deficient in their work.
You had objected to the 95%/5% ratio or split of passenger vehicles to truck vehicles.
There's no documentation on where that came from. I see no data in the report on where they got that percentage. I see no study that shows they did counts that show those sort of mini truck stops generate 95% cars and 5% trucks.
And I appreciate your presumptuousness because that is the prelude to my next question. It was stated that at an average of 10 gallons per vehicle, that amounts to about 470,000 vehicles per year. And that's based on a relative volume of fuel that's projected for the site. Circle K representative last time stated and testified that their existing fuel sales account for 4.7 million gallons per year. So I'm basing that off that. So
But you're confusing the issue. The convenience store and gas pumps for the cars are already there. What's being added are pure truck fueling stations. So this will be almost all trucks. In fact, I would say it's going to be 95% semi-trucks. And the other 5% might be somebody with a dually that takes diesel or single unit trucks, but it's going to be 95% semi-trucks. We're not talking about the entire establishment. We're talking about the site trips for the new development, the mini truck stop out back. So
I appreciate the
yeah, you
presumptuousness,
can,
but I'm going on to my next question. I didn't even finish my question, so
I would
you're
like-
answering a question I haven't asked yet.
Oh, it was clear to me what question you were asking, I believe. Is there something I didn't hear in your question?
So let me finish my statement with the question.
Yeah,
An
that's a
average-
statement, not a question, isn't it?
No, there's a question,
Okay,
and I asked the questions.
okay, let's hear it.
Not you.
I like to hear it.
At an average
Let's
of
be
10
civil,
gallons.
gentlemen. Procedure.
At an average of 10 gallons per vehicle, that amounts to about 470,000 vehicles per year. They forecast that 1.5 million gallons of diesel per year with the proposed 3 high-speed diesel fueling positions. So at 100 gallons per truck, that amounts to about 15,000 trucks per year. Again, I'm just setting the predicate for the question. 15,000 truck and 470,000 passenger vehicles equates to a split of about 3% and 97%. So actually, that's a little lower than the presentation of 5% versus 95%, is it not?
But not for the new trips. You're talking about existing trips that are already out there. Car trips are already out there. All the new trips that this site is going to put in are going to be, almost all of them are going to be truck trips and large truck trips. And the numbers also don't make sense. They're daily numbers. If you take the 72, that's the key number they've used, 72 PM trips are going to be generated by this new development. So that means 36 trucks, most of which are going to be semis. Let's say 95% are semis. That's 34 trips in the peak hour. The ITE has hourly distributions of trucks at truck stops. 5.8% occurred in peak hour. So if you divide that by 5.8%, you get a few hundred trucks per day. If you multiply that by not 7 days, let's multiply only by 6 days. Let's assume Saturday and Sunday are only half days. Multiply by 6 days, and then by 52 weeks a year, you get well over, I think it's about 180,000 trucks a year. So their own trip generation numbers calculate the 180,000 trips a year, not 15,000 trips a year. Again, there's an inconsistency in this study. A big inconsistency. 180,000 is much different than what the Circle K guy testified to, which was 15,000 a year.
But you would submit that a truck trip is vastly different than a vehicle trip, correct? That includes the way that it fuels, the time that it takes to fuel, and all of those things.
Oh, and it's queue length, its effect on capacity at the intersection. Yes, it's much more detrimental to the road system. And its effect, as a gentleman said earlier, its effect on pavement.
But by virtue of time and space, it is much less. The truck traffic is much less than the vehicle traffic, correct?
Well, yeah, because it's, of all the traffic going through the intersection, it's a smaller percentage than the automobiles, yes.
You said that the trip generation for this site off of US 90 in Lake City might be, quote, worse than Miami. Does the amount of traffic on the surrounding network have any bearing on the trip generation characteristics of the site?
Sure. I mean, the fact that this truck facility is right next to an interstate highway and a US highway is going to draw a lot of truck trips off of those roads.
Do you stand by your assertion that the truck traffic might be actually worse here than in Miami?
He said South Beach. South Beach doesn't have a real big truck problem. That was
so
the
it was-
Miami that
so it was
your
specific to South
traffic
Beach.
engineer actually said, because I went back and listened to the video today. The truck traffic along I-75 is a lot heavier than it is in South Beach.
Okay, so South Beach, not Miami.
That's what he said, South Beach.
Are you familiar with Chapter 10 of the ITE Trip Generation Handbook? It's titled Primary Pass-By and Diverted Trips.
Yes.
That chapter. Section 10.2 in the definition states, pass-by trips are attracted from traffic passing the site on an adjacent street or roadway that offers direct access to the generator. And then it emphasizes the next sentence. Pass-by trips are not diverted from another roadway not adjacent to the site. By this definition, wouldn't pass-by traffic apply to projected trips to and from US 90?
Well, if you want to use that definition, fine. If you want to call it diverted, if you want to call the traffic that comes off of I-75 diverted, that's fine. But the bottom line mistake that the Kimley Horn traffic engineer made was he subtracted all the truck traffic off of US 90, and he didn't through movements, and he didn't subtract any off of I-75 through movements, and that is a technical error. Now, it's not a huge thing. We probably shouldn't spend a lot of time arguing about it, but it is a mistake.
Well, and you brought up diverted trips. So the definition states a diverted trip is attracted from the traffic volume on roadways within the vicinity of the generator, but without direct access to the site. A diverted trip requires a diversion from a roadway not adjacent to the site to another roadway to gain direct access to the site. So by this definition, wouldn't the projected trips to and from I-75 be defined as diverted trips?
You could call them diverted trips, but again, the technical way you account for them is to subtract out, let's assume a truck is coming down 75. It decides, instead of going through, it decides to get off and go to the facility to go back on. What did that do? It added a trip to the off-ramp, it added a trip to the on-ramp, but it subtracted the trip it would have made going straight through and bypassing. So you subtracted off of the I-75 through movement. You add it to the ramps, you add it to US 90, you add it into your site and out of your site. But what Kimley Horn did was subtracted it all off US 90. Do you see the difference? I don't care what you want to call it. You can call it apples and oranges, but you need to subtract it off of 75, not subtract it off of US 90, because when you do that, you make the volumes less on US 90, and you make your level of service better.
Are you aware that the latest ITE data provides separate percentages for pass-by trips and for diverted trips?
Yeah.
Did the Kimley Horn traffic study reduce their trip estimates to account for diverted trips from I-75?
Say that again.
Did the Kimley Horn traffic study reduce their trip estimates to account for the diverted trips from I-75?
Another mistake. No, they didn't.
And why is that a mistake?
Because you just said it. They did. Did they do it? No, they didn't do it. And there are diverted trips.
So the trip
we could add in another percentage there, and that would be another reduction.
So the
That
trip
wasn't, that was
estimates-
taken that should have been taken.
The trip estimates for new trips accessing the site may be lower than what was reported, correct?
No, the total trips going in and out is not affected. This is where I think maybe you're losing it. The total trips going in and out is unaffected, just as the traffic engineer said. It's where you take out the trips that would have been there had they not gone into the site, because those trips should be deducted. And too many were deducted on US 90, and not enough were deducted on I-75.
You stated that Kimley Horn, quote, defined their own scope in doing this traffic impact analysis. Were you involved with the project when this traffic impact analysis was originally completed in March of 2022?
I wasn't involved.
And were you aware that Kimley Horn coordinated this traffic study methodology with Lake City representatives and with FDOT representatives prior to completing the study?
I don't know what they did. I don't know who they coordinated with. But all I know is it's a very small study area where you only look, when you're drawing trucks off the interstate ramps, yet you're not going to look at those ramps. That, to me, seems, and they're right there. They're 100 yards away, and you're not going to look at those ramps, which are critical. So I don't, if DOT and Lake City agreed with that, I'm not sure what the reasoning was. Makes no sense.
Appreciate it. That is all I have. Thank you.
Right. You may return to your seat, Doctor.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Patel, I remind you, you are still under oath from our previous session.
Thank you.
Counselor, do you intend to introduce any exhibits that have not yet been marked?
I do. There will be a few.
Feed them in slowly so we can assign them
I will
names.
do them very slowly, just there'll be demonstrative exhibits for purposes of cross-examination. Thank you. For the record, Marshall Rainey from Burr and Foreman, 201 North Franklin Street, Suite 3200, Tampa, Florida, 33602. Good evening, Mr. Patel.
Good evening.
Mr. Patel, you're aware, correct, that this site that we're here on was approved by this board on July 6th of 2022?
Can you ask me that question? I'm sorry.
Are you aware that the site was approved by this board on July 6th, 2022?
Yeah, right now I am.
and you learned of the site plan's approval in the proposed expanded HSD facility, high-speed diesel facility, or HSD facility for shorthand. You okay with that if I call it HSD?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. You learned of the site plan approval in the expanded HSD facility a couple of months later, is that correct?
Yeah, I think during my due diligence time, I exactly do not know when, but yeah.
You were out of town when it was approved, is that correct?
I was out of town. Once again, I don't remember exactly when, but yes, when I was communicating with the city, and I think it was my communication started in October and November, and during that time, when I was communicating with the city, I was not aware that the Planning and Zoning Board approved it.
You were communicating with the city about what?
I was just trying to find out information as to at what stage or at what stage the plans were.
So you were familiar with the application that had been submitted?
I was not familiar with the details of the application. I just knew that based on what I testified, that Parker Neely did send me information, and I wanted to find out, what it is actually. Look at the plans.
When you found out that it had been approved somewhere around October of 2022, did you file an appeal at that point in time?
No, we did not, because I was still under the presumption that the city had the control of it, and the city would look into all the concerns I've expressed and would probably take actions on it. As I stated in my testimony, that when I met them, I think it was also in the Lake City Reporter that Paul Dahl, the manager, also stated that it is I think the city attorney would look into it and make the final call on it. So at that particular time, I was under the impression that the city had the power and to stop this project. We also wrote them a letter stating that, you need to stop this process.
You wrote a letter. Did you go to the Lake City Reporter, to the newspaper, about the issue?
I did not go to the Lake City Reporter.
Okay. Do you know how it wound up in the Lake City Reporter in October of 2020, not last year, 2022?
I think they read the agenda and they usually know what's happening.
And I think you testified last week that you were very involved previously with the Tourist Development Council. Did you have anything to do with the letter that they wrote that was dated November 8th of 2022 that was sent to the city manager?
Tourist Development Council, I'm not a member of the Tourist Development Council, but Tourist Development Council is an entity which runs by collection of the pet tax dollars, and so I am in many ways involved with it. So it was very important for me to let them know that this type of truck facility is coming.
And did you encourage the folks at the TDC to write that letter?
That was
November 8th?
That was not something I encouraged. I told Paula at that time that this is what I think is going to come at this exit, and I'm concerned about it. But I did not tell Paula how to deal with it. In fact, the TDC, later on, I found that they voted on it, and there was overwhelming yes vote on it to write a letter and ask the city to have a meeting with them.
But you brought the matter to their attention.
I brought the matter to their attention.
Okay. And you also brought the matter to the attention of various city council persons, did you not?
Yes, because when we originally filed the appeal, the history of it. I was not getting proper answers from the city attorney. I was pretty much ignored. At that time, I went to the city council and I told them that I've got the right, I have the right to be heard, and I do not think so that you can ignore that. And that's pretty much why I went to the council.
So you went to the Tourist Development Council, you went to your city councilman, as is your right. Did you, at this point in time though, did you personally go look at the rules and procedures for this planning and zoning board to see if you had a time period in which you needed to file an appeal?
No, I actually did not. I only looked at the truck definition and the automated service definition at that time, and the technicality of it, I had no idea about that.
Now,
But once again, as I stated, I understand where you're going from, trying to prove that why did not I file the appeal within 30 days. But I did not know about this development. There was no notice given to me. There was
Mr.
no
Patel,
notice posted.
I'm not arguing that
Can I-
nobody's arguing about the
can I
30
please
days.
finish?
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was, there was no appeal.
Can I please finish?
No, we're not going to have a speech. You got to testify. I get to ask you some questions.
But the question-
And I understand that you say.
The question you're asking me needs explanation.
You had an opportunity to explain. I get to now cross-examine those explanations and testimony you offered. I'm not trying to be rude. I just want to expedite the process. I
Well, you-
appreciate the fact that you may have been out of
Mr.
town.
Rainey, you're asking me a question. These questions sometimes needs further explanation. I understand that you have heard me before, but it's not that easy to just not allow me to explain my
Did you
rationale.
did you look to see if there was an appellate procedure in the LDRs? When you got word that this had happened 3 months earlier, did you look at the LDRs to say, what do I need to do with the P and Z board legally to preserve my rights? Or did you go to the TDC and the city councilman and lobby instead?
I did not lobby. I told them the facts that they need to give me a chance to be heard because I did not get the notice. And that's the reason why I was asking you to give me time to speak. I had no idea about this project. There was no notice given to me. You cannot expect me to appeal something when I had no idea whatsoever what was happening at this exit.
I understand that. And we got to 2023. By the time you got to January of 2023, no appeal had been filed at that point, correct? By the end of January of 2023, we are now 6 months beyond approval. Still no appeal was filed, correct?
I think we filed the appeal in 2023.
Yes.
Mhm.
March 29th, 2023, 29 days after the construction
Look,
permit was issued.
I will, Mr. Rainey, I'll dispute with you on the fact that, look, we filed an appeal on the development order, okay? So I had every right to file an appeal for the development order which was issued, and that's what we did.
Let me ask you, you've developed properties, you're pretty knowledgeable. You're familiar with the concept in front of the county commission or the city council, whatever body it might be. You are familiar with the concept of a development order, are you not? And it has all sorts of things in there about concurrencies and traffic and square footage. Are you not familiar with development orders?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also familiar with what a construction permit is, right?
Well, a construction permit is understand, in my opinion, it's my understanding, a construction permit is basically allowing you to build for what has been approved in the past. But
And the development order was done in the past, correct?
But the process adopted was fatally flawed because there was no notice given, okay? And the determination has been made by the city attorney that because Mr. Patel was not notified, if we do not give him a chance to be heard, his due process rights would be violated. So that is the reason why we are having this hearing. So for you to talk about what has happened in the past, it doesn't matter today, in my opinion.
Well, that's for me and Mr. Norris to argue about, and I'm
Understand.
sure we'll argue about it. But my question to you is, when you authorized your attorneys to file an appeal of what you characterized or called a development order, and they called a development order in the appeal.
Yes.
More than 8 months had passed at that juncture since this site plan had been approved for Circle K, had it not?
Possibly, yeah.
It's actually almost a couple of days, or just a few days shy of 9 months.
Because I was under the understanding that the project is not final yet. I did talk with the city staff told me they'll look into it, they'll talk with the attorney before this project moves forward. So it was still in the works. It was not a final product yet.
Let's talk about the hotel that you own in Gateway Crossing through the legal procedures. I won't bore you with that anymore. With respect to your hotel on Gateway Crossing, the True by Hilton, is that what?
Yes, that is correct.
With respect to that product that you built there on Northwest Centurion, how many feet is it from Interstate 75?
I can't tell you exactly how many feet it is. I'm sure.
I couldn't do it, but could Josh Allen throw a football from the parking lot and hit I-75?
Look, these are hypothetical you're asking me. I have no idea. I understand it is close to the interstate, and that's all I know.
Maybe 600 feet? Okay, well,
I have not measured it, Mr. Rainey.
Okay.
I think it will not be good for me to tell you 600 feet or 400 feet, right? So.
Okay. I think Baker Mayfield might be able to hit it with a football. How about lots 4 and 5? They back up to I-75, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you bought lots 4 and 5, you testified last week. You bought lots 4 and 5 for future development. I believe you said you wanted to do a Marriott or a Hilton there.
Yes, that is correct.
An upscale product.
I said upscale and mid-scale, upper mid-scale also.
Okay, well, I could throw the football from there and hit the interstate there because you're on I-75, right?
Go ahead.
Okay. But is your testimony that you're concerned about 6 truck parking spaces and the possible noise that those running trucks could cause for your guests at your hotel?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
That's a
Yes,
concern of yours.
you're right. Go ahead.
That's, okay. And it's your belief that those noises and fumes will add significantly more discomfort to your guests above and beyond the thousands of trucks and other vehicles that careen by that commercial location on I-75 on a daily basis?
Mr. Rainey, I've been building hotels for a long period of time. Construction, there are different types of constructions you do. When your hotel is very close to the interstate, you build exterior wall noise proof. You cannot completely take away all the noise, but you build it in a manner that noise don't penetrate. Okay, the windows are a little bit more higher quality and noise do not penetrate through those. The exterior wall becomes much more noise resistance as well. So what you're trying to tell me is whether my guest will hear noise from the interstate or not. Look, possibly, but there are ways you could build that you can absolutely minimize that kind of noise because there are a lot of hotels closer to the interstate on I-75. Okay, I have a Country Inn & Suites right at Gainesville, right there, closer. We don't get any complaints of noise from the interstate. Okay? And along the way, you'll find many hotels in Ocala, all along I-75. Yes.
Well,
in fact, I have a hotel here along I-75 here, Hampton Inn & Suites and Florida Gateway by Ottawa. We don't get complaints about noise because it's a different type of construction. Yeah.
So then the noise isn't going to be an issue. I mean, if you're not going to have problems with the noise from I-75, if you can build them like that, you're certainly going to have trouble with half a dozen trucks a couple of lots away with a Sonic.
There is
drive-through and then the Circle K between your new hotel and the Circle K, right?
There is a difference. This is 24-hour constant. Trucks are coming in, trucks are coming out. It's just been testified that there'll be 36 new trips. And our traffic engineer just testified that you can only fill in 12, maximum 18. Let's take an average number of 15 trucks in 1 hour you can fill. And your traffic engineer testified there'll be 36 new trips, okay, truck trips, pretty much.
That's AM peak, that's
PM, okay, so think about it. Let's say 15. Where are the rest of the 21 trucks gonna park? Where are they gonna park? Centurion Court? Where are they gonna park? They're gonna go all the way to my hotel. There's a cul-de-sac. They're gonna turn around, park there till their turn comes. Imagine 21 trucks trying to get in, okay? Because your capacity is very limited, 3 bay. So it's not just one issue of noise. It's multiple other issues.
Well, that's congestion issue, right? I mean, that's a different issue, and you're
yeah, I understand,
now you moved
but
to traffic and congestion. But I'm focused on the noise because
I
you
understand.
said the noise would be an issue.
There will be certain amount of noise. Yeah.
There's a there's a certain amount of noise associated with just about everything out there in that commercial district. And I'm primarily was speaking to the giant interstate, one of the busier interstates in the country, that's gonna run, it runs right by your properties, versus an extra dozen or so semi-tractor trailers filling up with diesel. We'll move on from the noise point. You said about fumes. You were worried about the fumes. I mean, do you think that my client's high-speed diesel location is going to add materially to the amount of fumes as compared to what's there already with that interstate that runs through?
I think Jeff just testified that you will bring in 180,000 trucks a year. Imagine the volume of trucks coming in a subdivision where there's just one road. Think about it.
Well, let's talk about Dr. Buckholz for just a second. You hired him, correct?
Yeah.
And he's paid by you to perform expert services for you in connection with these proceedings, correct?
That's good.
Okay. Mr. Buckholz was not hired by you to perform any kind of traffic impact analysis, was it?
Mr. Buckholz was hired.
Dr. Buckholz, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Dr. Buckholz was hired to look at the traffic study with Kimberly and Horn did.
Hired to shoot holes in our expert's report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's fair. It happens in litigation all the time. But you have not commissioned an independent traffic study to verify the 180,000 vehicles, correct? That he just off the cuff mentioned.
I don't think so. He mentioned off the cuff. He just took the numbers you guys presented and, and made logical assumptions on it that this is the number of traffics which would come in.
And with respect, and with all due respect, there's concerned citizens here tonight, genuinely concerned citizens, and they have a sincere belief and an opinion, and we have our position. But are you aware of any other concerned citizen, commercial neighbor, residential neighbor, or anyone else in that area commissioning an independent traffic study like Circle K did with Kimberly?
Ask me that question again, please.
Are you aware of any other independent traffic analysis of this proposed expansion being conducted by anyone, concerned citizen, neighboring commercial property owner, anyone else, other than Circle K and their commissioning of Kimberly?
No.
Refrain from comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was.
Oh, forget it.
It bounced. I thought it came from up there. There was some talk during the presentation made by your council last week and about the idea that there was two different lots, there was separate ownership. You're aware that Asbury Development owns lot number 1 where the convenience store sits, correct?
Yes.
You're aware. And I don't know if you know that gentleman that owns that has Asbury Development or not.
No, I do not.
Okay. And you're familiar with the fact that Lot 2 is still owned by GWC Development Partners. That's Mr. Shell's company, right?
That is correct.
You heard some indication that so that we had the wrong, this was a standalone lot. This was just GWC Development, and this is an application for a truck stop. I'm going to ask you, are you familiar with, first of all, are you familiar at all with the terms of Circle K's leases with GWC Development Partners or Asbury Development?
I'm not.
Okay. And you're aware or not that Lot 1 was originally owned by GWC Development Partners, and they later assigned their lease with Circle K to Asbury. Are you aware of that?
I don't know when that happened, but yes, I'm aware that Asbury bought that lease, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Circle K has a long-term ground lease on both lots?
I do not know the number of years Circle K has a long-term.
Okay. Yeah. You're aware that these lots trade between, I think somebody else mentioned it earlier, one of the commercial real estate folks that was speaking earlier during public comment. You're familiar that these long-term ground leases to someone like a Circle K or a Walgreens or whoever it might be, they trade on the market, cap rate deals, correct?
I do understand that happens in the real estate industry, but particularly with Circle K, I have no idea.
Okay. Sure. you're familiar with the concept of triple net leases?
I do not have any leased properties, so I don't know.
Do you know what a triple net lease is?
I think I'll not do justice by explaining it to you because I don't know.
That is not an investment pool you play in?
I do not.
Let's talk about whether or not this is a standalone facility. Can I get, or somebody's gonna acknowledge you. Can I get you to pull up our presentation? And that's gonna be, that would be Circle K's submission, and that's gonna be exhibit A1. If you ask me which PDF page number it is, I'm gonna have to scroll down. Got a light bulb out? Here's something. There. It's coming to life.
Which one would it be?
Okay, this would be the Circle K submission and exhibit A1.
This one? This one?
Which, if you can scroll down to A1, I'm not sure what PDF page that's going to be. It's probably going to be about 20 pages in. We got to get past the application. Yep, there we go. Okay. Can I get you now to scroll down to the, keep going. I know we're going to want to have you flip it on, but that should probably keep going. We're going to go to the demolition, the page marked demolition plan. Just keep going now. Okay. I think this is, just scroll down just a hair more if you could, please. And okay, existing condition. So can you flip that counterclock? Perfect, thank you. Okay. All right, Mr. Patel, what I've asked the gentleman to pull up for us.
For the
here-
record, can we get the page number of that particular sheet in the
Yeah.
package?
This is the applicant's exhibit A1, and it's C3. It's page C3, and it's PDF page 26 of 182. This is the
And that's C3 decimal 0 or decimal 1?
C3.0.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, oh, thank you. All right, Mr. Patel, the plan that I'm showing you that's been labeled existing conditions and demolition plans, have you ever examined this plan before?
I may have, yeah.
Okay. And I'll represent to you that what we've got here, if I may be so bold as to step past the sign here, we've got the existing convenience store, the parking spaces. Out front would be your fuel canopy. This is lot 2 back here. And you see where in the demolition plan, there's work to be done on the west end of the existing convenience store. Are you familiar with the plans to expand the existing convenience store there?
Yeah, I've seen that there was, when I looked at the site plan, I think you're adding bathrooms or something like that.
Right. And also there is a, looks like there's demolition over here where there are dumpster pads I'm assuming you didn't do a lot of detailed analysis of this demolition plan, but are you generally familiar that there's going to be some reconfiguration there on the site in connection with this expansion, proposed expansion? Get you to scroll to the next page, maybe just a couple of pages down. Okay, can I get you to stop? Whoop, can I get you to stop right there on page C4.0, and this would be PDF page 28 of 182, and this is the overall site plan. I believe this was also in evidence last week. And if I could point out to you here, Mr. Patel, this is the overall site plan in the after with the HSD canopy. And you see now there is a pad over here for the dumpster, popped out restrooms, 3 new parking spaces there on lot 1. Have you examined that site plan previously?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So is it fair to say, Mr. Patel, that there is work that's being done on lots 1 and lots 2 in connection with the site plan application?
Yeah, you see the expansion of the existing store
and
to add bathrooms.
And there was some mention that, you know, you could sell this site off by itself as an HSD facility, but you're not familiar with the utility plans and where the computers are going to be connected to, you know, the computers, electric communication lines, or anything of that nature, are you?
I think you're getting too technical for me, but that's okay. I don't know about it, yeah.
The brain center of the operation, I mean, without a convenience store is in operation there, is it fair to say that anybody filling up at the HSD site, without that convenience store, they wouldn't have any restrooms, they might not have a point of sale ability, they may not have any electricity. You don't know, though. You're not familiar with the plans.
But the construction plans, no, I don't, yeah.
Okay. If I could get you to pull up the opposition file, the objection from Florida Gateway, and to exhibit to item 3 of 3, their PowerPoint presentation. And if I could get you to go to the it's the 8th one. It's a picture of some dining tables. Right there. Thank you. In the PowerPoint presentation that was put on the board last week, Mr. Patel, says it has dining tables. Now, are you sure that's a picture inside the Circle K at Centurion and US 90?
Not right now. This was a picture I took when your plans were submitted to the P&Z board. At that particular time, I went to your store, I went inside, I saw you making fresh sandwiches. You even advertised food here, you know. And at that particular time, I went in and I took that picture. So that existed at the time when you submitted your plans.
So that was a April, May of 2022 photograph?
Could be, I don't exactly remember, possibly, yeah, during that time, yeah.
To bring it up to date, just if I could put this in the record as a demonstrative exhibit.
And Mr. Angelo, will you be assigning evidence numbers to these, or will the attorney's representative?
What would be on? Would this be demonstrative, this would be applicant's exhibit number 1. Is that?
Yeah.
I'll put that on the back here. That's okay. This is good. Thank you. All right. Mr. Patel, have you been in the store recently?
Not recently.
Okay. I'll show you what we have marked as applicant's exhibit number 1, which is a picture of the available dining countertop at the Circle K at Northwest Centurion at US 90. I'll represent you. I was in there several times in the last couple of weeks related to this case. And
That's what you have right now.
that's all we have.
Okay.
You don't have any quarrel with that?
Obviously, this is less sitting than that one, the one which I took.
Should I give this to you, Robert? Or do you want us to just?
Not yours. Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about the character of the neighborhood. There's been a lot of discussion. I think, frankly, I heard a lot of discussion earlier today from the public comment. It was really a lot more focused on traffic congestion, but one of the things that you were talking about last week was the character and the upscale nature of the hotels you built. And I believe that during your testimony, basically you said this will not look good. HSD facility will not look good. Was that your testimony?
Yes.
I think there were some earlier comments about image, but I want to focus on that it will not look good. You've got a hotel right across the street, catty-cornered across the street from the Northwest Centurion US 90 intersection, correct? That's a Comfort Suites.
Yes.
Ask if we just introduce these as applicants, composite exhibit number 2.
How many images will be in the composite?
I think that was going to be the question. I've got to.
Got to keep my record straight, counselor.
That's right. Jason, I guess we'll pull that one away. 3. This one too. And the other one down. That one too. This one. 4 pages.
The record indicate that applicant's demonstrative composite evidence has 4 images.
That is correct. Mr. Patel, is this a billboard that you pay rent for,
Yes,
you advertise your hotel there.
yes,
Truck park,
yes.
okay. And I think you testified previously, last week.
Microphone, please.
I believe you testified last week, correct, that you invite trucks to come to your hotel, stop there, turn off, and spend the night at your hotel, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, when that happens, sometimes your parking lot looks like this, next door to the Comfort Suite, correct?
Yes.
This is a photograph. I'll represent you. This was taken by Mr. Shell
Okay, when
last week.
Mr. Shell was here, yes.
He was in town, so this is fairly recent. Does that look like something taken in your parking lot?
Yes, very true.
A lot of customers show up, driving semi-tractor trailers, come to your hotel, correct?
That is true.
And another picture, this semi-tractor trailer was towing car trailer. Lots of heavy traffic coming to your hotel.
I will not agree with that statement. There is not heavy traffic coming through my hotel. As I said, we solicit
Heavy
hotel.
trucks, I'm sorry, heavy trucks.
We solicit guests. Among those guests are at times truckers who would like to come and stay in the hotel. But I also want to present to you, I testified that occasionally we do have little or no trucks. Okay, so I would like to put this picture for the record here, that on Friday, on 112, we only had one truck parked up there. So what you're presenting is not every day, okay? So, Chairman, how do I put this thing on the record?
You'll have your opportunity during your.
Let's hold on to reintroduce, or to introduce evidence on your behalf until such time as cross-examination is completed. Is that a appropriate parliamentary move?
We'll stipulate to the entry of that picture into evidence. That's fine. That's a picture at a certain point in time, right? You may have one truck there one week, you may have 15 another night. Right?
I don't think so, they're gonna be 15.
Oh, okay. You may, well, I didn't count these. I think there's a dozen there.
Mr. Rainey, you can count.
Well, let's see. Watch that. This last Wednesday night, I believe. What do we got here?
They're 9.
9? Okay. One night you might have 1, one night you might have 9, right?
There could be nights I may not have any.
What's the best you've ever had?
I can't tell you.
Do the billboards work?
Look, the Comfort Suites has not put an application here for site plan approval. The volume of trucks we're talking about is enormous at your facility. You are inviting trucks by putting a 100-foot high-rise sign to come and fill diesel. I may have on a scale of 24 hours, I may have 0 trucks to maybe 9 or 10 trucks. If you're trying to compare that with what you're trying to put in, is insane. Okay?
No, I'm not insane. I'm simply asking you, Mr. Patel, if your billboards have been successful in advertising to truckers to come stay at your hotel.
I won't say that it's extremely successful, but it just gives them an avenue that if they want to park and rest in a hotel and sleep inside and have a good night rest, we have enough parking.
Okay. Other hoteliers in the area advertise for truck parking at other hotels along that US 90, I-75 area, correct?
I don't know.
You haven't seen any of the other billboards?
I do not have the knowledge of who else is advertising. And also,
let me just ask the question.
Go ahead, fine, no problem.
Do you recognize this as being a picture? This is the 4th page of our composite exhibit number 2. Do you recognize this as being? I apologize for the pixelization, but do you see the
I do.
That's the front of your hotel looking westward down US 90, correct?
Yeah, the front of the hotel is looking east.
I'm sorry, so, okay, so the front of the hotel, you enter from the east side there, and that's the side of the hotel that faces US 90. That picture looks west down US 90, correct?
Yes.
And there's a big law firm billboard from Farrah and Farrah right out there in front of the hotel, right?
Mhm.
That's not one of the 100-foot high monopole signs that you were complaining about last week, is it?
That monopole sign doesn't sell truck diesel.
Okay. But it's a pretty big sign out there in front of this upscale hotel.
I didn't have any control over that sign. That sign doesn't belong in my property.
So you don't like that sign, huh?
I do not have any control over that sign. It's not on my property.
No, I said you don't like that sign. Kind of an eyesore in front of an upscale hotel.
And this is a mid-scale hotel.
This is a mid-scale hotel. We can mark this as the applicant's exhibit number 3. You recognize what this is a picture of, Mr. Patel?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
I think that's Econo Lodge up there and a package store.
It's a package store and a massage parlor right next to the Econo Lodge, right?
Yes.
You have to drive past those to get to your Fairfield Suites, correct?
I do not own the Fairfield Inn Suites.
You have a hotel down Gateway Drive there, correct?
Yes, I do.
I'm sorry, what's the name of it?
Hampton Inn Suites.
Hampton Inn Suites. My apologies. You have a hotel on this street, and the only way to get there is to drive right past this liquor store, massage parlor, and the old Econo Lodge. You don't own that, right?
No, I don't.
In fact,
Once again, I would say that I don't own those businesses. This businesses existed, and this structure existed even probably before I built my hotel, so.
well, last week you described your hotels as being upscale establishments.
I
correct?
said upscale. I did not say my hotel is upscale establishment. I said my hotel is a mid-scale or upper mid-scale. What I said about upscale is that I may build an upscale hotel at lot 4 and 5.
It backs up to I-75, you're gonna build an upscale hotel.
There are a lot of hotels along I-75s which are built like that.
You own a Days Inn here in town?
We do.
Let me mark this as exhibit number 4. This is the, you recognize that 100-foot monopole sign?
I do.
And what is that?
I see 2 monopole signs. One is
sorry,
Chick-fil-A
Chick-fil-A.
and one is the Days Inn.
One's for your Days Inn.
Yes. Mhm.
When you get back down Gateway Drive, and this will be the last set of pictures. Number 5. Next door to your.
That'll be a composite set that we're
Yeah,
marking
it'll
as
be
5.
composite set, 2 pages.
It'll be 2
Number
pages.
5. There's a Camping World next door, right?
Yes.
That accurately depict the view from the parking lot at the Hampton Inn.
That's correct.
And in fact, the Camping World has a big old RV repair garage there too, right? see that from your hotel?
I don't know whether that is visible from my hotel or not. That could be in the backside, so it may not be visible. And I have a 6-foot fence as well up there.
And on that lot, do you have any idea how many dozens or hundreds of RVs are parked right there next to your mid-scale hotel?
I understand, yes, it's an RV camp, place, so, yeah, there are RV camps parked up there. But let me point out, I have to
There's no
answer.
question.
You have to allow me to answer. You're asking me a question, you have to allow me to answer.
I asked if you were aware there were dozens or
I am
hundreds
aware,
parked
but
there.
I am aware of that, but you also need to understand that these hotels are not in a subdivision.
Right.
True by Hilton is in a subdivision. Lot 4 and 5 are in a subdivision. And under section 13.4 in the subdivision, there is a provision for quiet enjoyment as well.
Well, Mr. Patel, it's in a CHI zoning district. It's a very intensive zoning district, is it not?
What is in CHI zoning?
Is your Hampton Inn across the street on Gateway not in the CHI zoning?
I did not research that, so it could be in the CHI zoning. I did not research that.
Forget
either.
the zoning for a minute. This is a commercially intensive area of town, is it not?
I do not think so. The traffic on Florida Gateway Drive is as intensive as US 90.
Of course not. It's an ancillary, it's a secondary road.
Yeah,
US 90 is your main artery, right?
But you just say that it's an intensive place, right?
But there are intensive commercial uses there. Are there not camping
I-
rural?
I do not agree with your statement that it's intensive use.
You know what? I think the public comments that went on for about an hour address whether or not it was intensive up there. It's a pretty intensive commercial area, but we can agree to disagree on that.
You're talking about an area, but your question was along Florida Gateway Drive where this camp drive existed. So when I said it's not intensive traffic, I meant Florida Gateway Drive. If you're talking about this area as an exit, as an interchange, yes, I totally agree with you. It's very intensive.
Well, my point of my questioning here is you've talked about your hotels and these being incompatible uses near your your mid-scale hotels, right?
Mr. Rainey, you're forgetting that my hotel, the True by Hilton, is in a subdivision. Lot 4 and 5 are in a subdivision. There are certain rules which guides what comes in, and there's also use restrictions on that subdivision as well. And many of these
There's
structures.
no use restriction against the HSD facility now, is there?
It's not mentioned, but I'll be happy to read it to you.
We don't need to get into that, but because if there was a use restriction on this, you would have enforced it against Mr. Shell and not allowed him to lease the property to Circle K for such an operation.
There is a provision,
right?
there's a provision 13.4 which clearly states in the declarant in association document, which says, create noise or other conditions which tend to disturb the peace, quiet, safety, and comfort or serenity of owners or properties of other parcels.
Well, and this is for a commercial subdivision, correct?
Yes, that's the difference I've been talking about, that all the stuff you have shown is on US 90. Many of these structures have been built before I even built a hotel. Okay? So I can't control those, but definitely I can control what's coming in my subdivision, whether it's good or bad for my business.
I think your concluding point, I could be wrong, in your direct examination after you talked about the noise and the 100-foot billboards and the character of the neighborhood last week was, quote, this would diminish the life we live in Columbia County. Is that accurate? I wrote it down. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You think this 3-bay HSD facility will, quote, diminish the life we live in Columbia County, if I'm quoting that accurately?
Yeah, I truly believe that because the amount of traffic you're going to generate would be significant, and all the the community at large, including my guest, to be very frank with you, there was an accident. I think one of my, member guests said that there was an accident where my staff was injured last Saturday, right in front of Circle K. Okay, so, and I truly mean that if this truck stop comes up there, it'll certainly diminish the way of life we all live here.
My last question. Because I think you believe that, I'm going to move on, and we won't argue the point. If I can get you to go to the PowerPoint, just a couple of pictures down, maybe just a couple of pictures down. It's a picture of a camper blocking Northwest Centurion. No. It's not in there. I've got that here, Guy. It's over here. It's right here. That's okay. I got it. Yeah, I got it. Thanks. It's a part of your exhibit 4.
Yes, sir. It's our exhibit 4, and Ford has it, and I've got it here if you like to use it.
Thank you. I stuck it over here in my stuff. And, well,
What I was referring to is I have a full-size one.
oh, thank you.
If you would like to use it.
All right, thank you. If I could grab that from you. I know I had it, and I just. So, Mr. Patel, we're going to show you a copy of exhibit number 4, and it's a picture. Thank you. This was introduced during your case, during the objector's case last week. And that is a picture of a Allegro, I think, or Alpine camper pulled halfway out cockeyed their block in Northwest Centurion.
Yes.
Did you take that picture?
Yes.
And this was recently?
Yeah, I think so.
And that was looks from the light like it was in the morning. Was it in the morning when you're going to work?
I think this was in the evening, I believe so, because you could see the sun is shining from.
That kind of subdued, like, okay, later in the afternoon, okay, great. That's a given point in time. When you pulled in there, aha, traffic's blocked, you took a picture of this, correct?
Yes.
Why is that any different than a given point in time if Mr. Shell took a picture across the street in your motel? You might have one truck there one time, you might have 12 or 9 another time, right? Because you pulled down Northwest Centurion many a times and there wasn't a big old camper blocking the street, right?
It happens many times, and as I testified that Northwest Centurion Court is one way in, one way out. When you bring in so many trucks in there, we're gonna have problems because your retaining lane of that road is also very small.
It's anecdotal though, is it not? One picture, one shot in time, whether it be of your hotel in truck traffic or Northwest Centurion, they're anecdotal, are they not? Absent a study on traffic, is that not accurate?
I will disagree with your statement. You're comparing night and day, apples and oranges. These are completely two different things, and I will not agree with that statement.
I'm not trying to compare apples and oranges.
Well, that's what you did, Mr. Rainey.
I can't tell you how many trucks you have in the Comfort Inn parking lot on an average night unless I do a study, can I?
Yeah.
I gotta look at a proper sampling.
I
Now, you took statistics in college, right?
Yeah.
So did I. You gotta do a proper sampling, right?
Yeah.
You can't just have anecdotal evidence.
I understand.
Okay.
the only competent, substantial study that's been done is by Kelly Horn, right?
Yes, I understand, but as you know, that the study is inaccurate, okay? And it's being studied as if you're adding 3 car fuel pumps, not as 3 diesel fuel pumps for trucks. That is what the study has been done. And that is completely wrong. I think my traffic engineer also testified that you didn't go out and count actual truck traffic at a similar facility. And he also gave you a count that 3 bays will only have 12 to 18 trucks. And your traffic engineer testified that this is going to create 36 trips. Where are the rest of the trucks going to park?
Mr. Norris will probably address that with our traffic engineer, I'm sure. And I'm not going to argue with Dr. Buckholz because he's had his time. But I've finished and I've asked you all the questions I needed to ask you, Mr. Patel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes any cross-examination we have.
All right, please ensure that all of the recently named exhibits are remitted to Mr. Angelo so they can be added to the full recorded file of these proceedings.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Patel offered an exhibit of his own, and there was no objection to it being received into evidence by Mr. Rainey. I just wanted to make sure that also was in the record as well.
Okay, and do we have a number to assign that one?
Which one was that?
The one that Mr. Patel wished to enter into the record that was not objected to.
Okay. We can run 3 copies of it, so this would be Florida Gateway Hotel 6.
Okay, if you could offer it over to him, please. Thank you.
All right, at this time, the party interveners have the opportunity to cross-examine. Mr. Norris, do you have an idea of how long your time frame on this is looking? Should I release the gallery to go find a water closet, or are you going to be brief?
Mr. Chairman, if you would, I think it would be appropriate for a water closet break, but a short one. And then we hope to be relatively brief, but then we got closing and such. And so I'm thinking that, we'll probably be a half hour.
We are at the 3-hour mark, so
So we'll probably be a half hour. So I think hopefully less, but I think we'll be about a half hour.
All right, everyone, let's take 5. Please.
Mr. Chairman, we call Robert Angelo from the city of Lake City.
All right.
May I get you to put that site plan back up there for me, please?
Do you remember which?
You were.
Mr. Angelo, I remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes. I want to say it's 4.3, 4, 5, something. One more.
And Mr. Martin, with Mr. Angelo at the witness stand, if additional demonstrative pieces of evidence get entered in, can you please keep the notes on those?
I will keep notes, and then we'll sync them up with your conventions after your testimony.
Worry not, gentlemen. Good evening, Mr. Angelo. I presume, though, if you would state your name, please, for the record.
Robert Angelo.
And you're employed by the city?
Yes, sir.
What is your position in the city?
I am the planning and zoning tech.
And how long have you had that position?
March will be 2 years.
Okay, and so in that time, and perhaps before, I presume you are familiar with the City of Lake City Land Development Regulations?
Yes, sir, I am.
Earlier this evening, you were here for all the cross-examination that's taken place thus far, right?
Yes, sir.
So you were here for the cross-examination of Dr. Buckholz, right?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Buckholz was asked questions about the ITE, and you understand that to be the Institute of Transportational Engineers Trip Generation Manual?
Yes, sir, but I'm not an engineer. I don't know the full definition of it.
Yes, sir, I understand. The real question is, the ITE is not part of the city's land development regulations, is it?
No, sir.
Mr. Angelo, the city's land development regulations do not define the term convenience store, does it?
No, it does not.
And the city's land development regulations do not define the term high-speed diesel fuel station, does it?
No, it does not.
The city's land development regulations do not define the term convenience store / gas.
No, it does not.
Yet those are the terms that are used on the application that is presently before the board, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
It does not use the term anywhere, automotive service station, does it?
No, it does not.
No. And it does not anywhere use the term truck stop, does it?
No, it does not.
In fact, in the use provisions of the application before the Planning and Zoning Board, not a single defined term from the land development regulations is used, are they?
No, sir.
You understand that Gateway Crossings is a platted commercial subdivision, don't you?
I am after tonight. I did not realize it was at that time.
Okay. All right. So you're not familiar then with the process that the developer went through to replat lots 2 and 3 back in April of 2022 before they filed this application?
That was done right as I came in.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, as part of your work for the city, you have reviewed the entire application submitted by the applicant, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and Lot 2 is where all the proposed high-speed diesel fuel service bays and tractor-trailer rig parking will be located, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you understand the applicant to be GWC Development Partners, LLC?
Yes, sir.
It's a little redundant, so forgive me for that, but the application for this proposed use says it's, quote, high-speed diesel station, unquote. And that, again, is not a defined term under the city's land development regulations, is it?
That is correct.
And you're also aware, aren't you, that under the CHI zoning district in the city's land development regulations, truck stops require a special exception?
Yes, sir.
And you're also familiar, aren't you, that section 4.15.4 prohibits certain uses in the CHI zoning district, right?
No, sir, I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that?
You're referring to the introduction of CHI?
No, sir, not exactly. No, sir, I'm referring to
Yes, sir.
section 4.15.4.2 that is titled Prohibited Uses and Structures in the CHI zoning district, right? You remember that that's in the
Yes,
land development regulations,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And can you read it from there? This is not a reading test or anything like that.
No, sir, I cannot.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, may I approach the witness?
Indeed, please.
Because I just want to hand it to you so that you can easily read it and that you and I don't have to go through the book to find it and all that kind of stuff. All right, you with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, isn't it so that 4.15.4.2, I believe I got the number right, I'm working off memory, so check me on that, but that it says, in pertinent part, any use, you follow where I'm reading from? Yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any use which is potentially dangerous, noxious, or offensive to neighboring uses in the district. Now, that's talking about the CHI district, right?
Correct.
Okay. Or to those who pass on public ways, right? So that's other people going by
Yes, sir.
the use at the CHI zoning district, right?
Yes, sir.
By reason of smoke, odor, noise, glare, fumes, gas, vibration, threat of fire or explosion, emission of particulate matter, interference with radio or television reception, radiation, or likely for other reasons to be incompatible with the character of the district. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
That's exactly what our city's land development regulations say right there, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did the city issue a variance to the applicant developer for a 100-foot high truck diesel sign to be placed on the site?
Yes, sir, they did.
Let me ask you this. Again, you were here on last Wednesday night when we had the first part of this hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
You were present when all of the witnesses testified then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're also familiar with the materials that have been submitted by the applicant in support, in support of their case on the hearing, and the materials that have been submitted by the intervener in support of their position on this hearing, right? You're familiar with all of it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When did you learn of the FDOT October 30, 2023 email notice to the mayor and the city attorney and Circle K regarding the FDOT permits for this site?
I am not sure of the exact day and time, but it was either late November or early December before we were notified.
To your knowledge, has the city of Lake City made any response to the DOT in response to that email?
Yes, sir. I reached out to Dan Morgan from the DOT, and I emailed him an updated site plan as he requested an update of the site plan. In December, after I learned of that letter, I did email that to him.
Okay. Was Dan Morgan on the email?
I do not recall.
The city has no agreement with the developer or with Circle K to pay for any traffic studies that may be required by the Department of Transportation for a new application for a connection permit on Northwest Centurion.
Can you repeat the question?
Does the city have any agreement with the developer or Circle K to pay, for them to pay for any traffic studies that may be required by the DOT for a new application for a new connection permit for Northwest Centurion Court?
Not that I'm aware of.
The city also has no agreement that you're aware of with the developer or with Circle K to pay for any improvements that may be required by the DOT for a new application for a new connection permit for Northwest Centurion Court.
I am not aware of any.
Now, under the land development regulations, if the Planning and Zoning Board or, excuse me, let me ask this question. Under the land development regulations, isn't it true that the Planning and Zoning Board has the authority to accept or reject this site plan application?
Their process is either to accept with the conditions, or deny.
Okay, and so deny or reject, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If the Planning and Zoning Board concludes that this project is incompatible with the character of the district, they are authorized to deny the site plan application, aren't they?
Yes, sir, but the decision must be based off competent and substantial evidence.
And if the Planning and Zoning Board determines that competent substantial evidence has been presented that this proposed use is incompatible with the character of the district, they are authorized to deny the site plan application, right?
Yes, sir, per the LDR.
And so if the Planning and Zoning Board concludes that there's competent substantial evidence that refueling commercial trucks and tractor trailer rigs at high flow diesel fuel pump service bays is not an automotive service station as defined by the LDR, they're authorized to deny this site plan application, aren't they?
They would have to determine whether it's a truck stop or an auto fuel service station.
Okay, well, let's get to that. So if it's not an automotive service station under the LDR, isn't the only other alternative a truck stop?
No, sir, it could be, if they had an auto service station, they'd have to look at the definition of both. And that by doing so, then they would determine if it's an auto service station. It's not my decision to make a decision for them. That's a decision for them to make. But if they make a decision that it's not an auto service station, then they would have to make a decision that the whole overall structure of the whole site is a truck stop.
Site is a truck stop. Can you show me where it says that in the land development regulations?
When we looked at the, it doesn't say in there that the whole site has to be a truck stop or that. But the development is for the addition of the high flow speed pumps for the Circle K project, and that, which would be owned by Circle K, or leased by Circle K. And that, so when you look at the definition, we looked at, is it an auto service station? And in there, we determined that, and then it says it may be a truck stop. So we looked over at a truck stop. And then you look at the definition of a truck stop. It's not a truck stop.
Now, Mr. Angelo, if the Planning and Zoning Board concludes that there is competent substantial evidence that this project is a truck stop, they're authorized to deny the site plan application, aren't they?
Now, that decision would originally have been made with the land development administrator, whether a special exception would be needed. And they would have made the decision at that time of whether it was a truck stop or an automotive service station. The Planning and Zoning Board is approving the site plan, not the decision of the land development administrator. That decision would need to be appealed through the articles in the LDR to the Board of Adjustments.
You mean like the notice of appeal that we filed?
No, sir. The notice that you applied for was against the construction permit, was not against the decision of the land development regulation administrator.
The development order was the permit issued as a result of that, right?
As we determined earlier, the development order is different from the construction permit.
No, sir, you're simply repeating what you heard the applicant's counsel say.
Yes, sir.
No, sir, that's not the law. And what I'm asking you is the development order, the permit is a development order under Florida Statutes 163, isn't it?
I do not know that.
Okay. Isn't it true, Mr. Angelo, that tonight we are here in a de novo hearing? You
Yes.
understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's a de novo hearing we have started over on the consideration of this site plan application, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Mr. Angelo, that if the Planning and Zoning Board concludes, based upon the competent substantial evidence presented, that the additional commercial truck and tractor trailer rig traffic would be incompatible with the surrounding development in violation of the LDR, that they are authorized to deny the site plan?
If they deem that there's a safety issue or there is a violation of the land development regulations, then they have the authorization to deny it, but they would have to state why.
Isn't it true, if the Planning and Zoning Board concludes that the developer's traffic study for this project is flawed and does not provide competent substantial evidence that meets the requirements of the LDR to evaluate concurrency and the impacts of proposed development on traffic and public safety, they are authorized to deny the site plan application?
I'm not sure on that. You know, if they're, they
You
could
don't
deny
know?
it. They
If
could
you don't
deny
know,
it.
you don't know.
Well, they could deny it or do a conditional approval with a new traffic study.
But if the question, sir, is, are they authorized to deny it? And isn't the answer to that yes, that they're authorized to deny it?
I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into that.
Yes, sir. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Angelo.
We rest.
That wasn't 30 minutes. All right, now that the party interveners have rested their cross-examination, at this time, do any members of city staff or city departments wish to cross-examine? Seeing and hearing none. This time, I'm going to open up the floor to members of our Planning and Zoning Board. Please work through myself as chair. You now have the opportunity to ask questions of city staff, departmental staff. When it comes to the applicant and the party interveners, shall members of the board direct, after being recognized by their chair, should they direct their questions directly to lead counsel for the parties, or may they ask the proponents themselves?
The board members can direct the questions directly to the person they intend to have answer the question.
Okay, so it does not have to pass through a council first?
No, it does not.
All right, thank
But
you.
I would encourage them to identify who they are directing it to. Don't just ask the question and let it float out there. So.
For the sake of the record, be very, very specific about how you ask these questions. But at this time, I'm going to open up the floor. Anything for staff, anything for applicant, anything for interveners, or for participants that may have come before the podium this evening.
The gentleman in the back asked if he were addressing the public.
As participants in the process, members of the public that commented, are they available to have questioning from members of the board?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Chair, I believe the gentleman, Mr. Williams, misunderstood what you were telling everyone just now.
We can ask you questions. This isn't opening it up for additional public comment. Okay, now we're on the same page. I got you.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions or clarifications I'd like to ask.
All right, please do so one at a time and direct them to these specific parties.
And Mr. Chair, to clarify, the question should be directed to people who offered testimony, not to the attorneys, because they were not offering testimony.
Okay, do not direct to counsel, direct to the individuals that over the last 2 weeks have sat in front of a microphone.
Correct.
The questions I'd like to ask would be for Mr. Young.
All right, and since this is not cross-examination, this is strictly questioning, we don't have to pull him down off the rostrum, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Carter, the floor is yours.
I was sworn in last time. Okay. This is like a clarification. So when you guys, you and Mr. Angelo bring us the packets, we have lists, we have department heads sign off or express concerns. When yourself, Mr. Angelo, determine that this qualifies, and I'm trying to figure out what our ability is, and this may be a question for legal as well, but I'm trying to figure out the Planning and Zoning Board. Are we able to conflict? If I'm understanding it correctly, you, Mr. Young, are the person who decides whether this application is or isn't a truck stop, or is or isn't a gas station, or is however it's defined. And my understanding, and I think Mr. Michelangelo was talking about this in his when he was being questioned. Is it not the Board of Appeals, rather than the Planning and Zoning Board, that would be able to disagree with you on that?
Yes, sir. As the Land Development Regulation Administrator, I make the decision and the determination as to what a LDR section is or a definition is. The only alternative is for an aggrieved party to file through the Land Development Regulation Administrator the paperwork requesting an appeal along with all the evidence. And then the Land Development Regulation Administrator would then schedule it before the Board of Adjustments. The Board of Adjustments is the only one who can determine whether the administrator or the aggrieved party is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Young?
Well, I have a procedural question, perhaps for legal. If that's the case, would it not help this board to have that definition brought before the Board of Adjustment to make a determination on said definition?
The definition of
a truck stop or a automotive service station.
So your code, we've got a distinction between definition and application. Your code provides definitions. The question before you is how those definitions are being applied, and that's the distinction. He's not being asked to interpret an uncertain area of the code where a definition doesn't exist. He has a definition, he's applied it, and has given testimony through staff of its application. You've received other testimony as well regarding the ways other people view that it should be applied. And you were to consider all of those facts, or all of that testimony, I take that back, all of that testimony in reaching your decision on whether to grant the application or not.
Thank you.
Okay?
I don't have any other questions.
All right. I have a question for Dr. Buchholz. Just so we can get you on the record, can you come to the podium? Based on the critique that you had provided of the applicant's traffic study, would you say that it is a fair assessment that you think the increase in traffic at this interchange that will be created will be an unacceptable quantity of traffic and will lead to slowdown and congestion beyond what would ordinarily be considered reasonable for a I-75 interchange?
I suspect that will be the case. I don't know. That's why you have to do a correct study. I can't honestly say that it's going to go to level of service F for the side street movements.
But it is it's something you suspect.
Something I suspect.
Okay. Were these high flow pumps just, dropped right now and weren't even part of the equation, but all of the remaining lots within Florida Gateway Crossing were developed to the utmost of what the conceptual plan originally was? In your professional opinion, will that make the intersection unserviceable?
It could.
And you also suspect that further development of some of the parcels at that subdevelopment will have as bad of an effect on that interchange as what is currently proposed?
It could without any improvements. If you're not adding any lanes or extending any lanes, it could. I don't know. That's why we do the studies. That's why we do them correctly, to answer those questions definitively.
Okay. Thank you. My next one's for Mr. Young. If under the notion that, there are issues with the traffic study, if based on issues of perhaps this will make a unacceptable quantity of traffic, congestion, fumes, vibrations, we've heard a lot of words that are mentioned in the LDRs. If that is the justification for a majority of the members of this board to deny this application, does that precedent effectively shut down all future development at this interchange? Because we've already said it can't even handle one more set of high flow diesel pumps. Why should it be able to handle any more hotels, restaurants, retail outlets, etc.? Are we effectively closing that interchange if we deny this?
There would be a very strong possibility of that.
If that precedent is set, future proponents that get denied, or the proponent that's in front of us right now, what are their follow-up actions depending on what this board does, either yay or nay? If we find yes and we approve it, I imagine Mr. Patel will bring this to the next level. If we deny it, I would imagine Circle K is going to bring it to the next level. For the benefit of the board and those gathered here, what is the next level?
The next level would be to the Board of Adjustments.
Which, for the record, is made up of this board. And we would have 2 more 5-hour meetings and listen to the same exact testimony.
Yes, sir. You would have to.
No matter what happens, no matter if we side with them or we side with them, we have 10 more hours of testimony as the finalists.
Strong possibility.
Joyous. I believe that's all I have at this time. Do we have anything else from any other members of the decision-making body? Would anyone like to be recognized by the chair? Mr. Nelson?
Yeah. Seems like we're missing a traffic study for Mr. Patel.
Yes, Mr. Nelson.
So it's obvious that you do not want these high-speed pumps at the Circle K location. That's pretty clear.
Yes, because it will, for many reasons, as we've testified.
Do you think it would bolster your case if you were to fund a separate new traffic study to bolster your desire to have this denied?
Mr. Nelson, that is not under my purview to fund a traffic study for the developer. That is a duty of the developer to present a study which is acceptable to the DOT and which would be accurate in every possible manner.
I mean, for you to use it as evidence to show why the pump shouldn't be installed. Evidence on your case, on your behalf.
I understand where you're coming from, but we looked at their study, and our traffic expert did find that the study was not accurate and it was inadequate. As I said, I do not think so that is my responsibility to present a study on behalf of the developer.
A study to support your case.
But we have presented good, substantial evidence through an expert that what they've presented today, in the plan is not accurate. So that is what we did. If they would like to do another study and present that, we'll study that as well, if they would like to do this project.
Because Dr. Boko conceded that a study needed to be done. He saw flaws in their study, but a study needed to be done to.
I understand, yes, a comprehensive study of the interchange needs to happen. And I do not think so that it is our responsibility in the subdivision that we have to do that study and pay for it. If the developer would like to do that and present accurate evidence, then it is their responsibility to do that. Thank you.
Would any other members of the board like to be recognized for questioning any of the participants in this process? All right, hearing and seeing none, this time I would ask our two lead counsels. We're at the part where final arguments can be made by the appellant, the interveners, and then staff representing the city. Starting with applicant, approximately how long do you think your final remarks are going to run?
I'll try to keep it brief.
Okay, Mr. Norris? Okay, would you like final statements to come together, bookended back to back, or if he ends up running a bit of time and you need a full half hour, are you okay with us taking a water closet break in between y'all's two arguments?
Of course, sir. Yes, of course.
You want them to bookend, or you don't mind having a break in between them two?
I'm at the pleasure of the chair, sir.
Some folks are at the pleasure of their bladder, so I'm just trying to make sure I'm looking out for everybody.
So what I mean is, I do not mind if there's a break.
Okay, we may end up doing that then. Applicant, closing statements, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all for patiently listening to this this issue. Mr. Patel and his companies are entitled as citizens, residents, stakeholders in Lake City to object to any development that they believe negatively impacts their business, the business interest or the interest of the community at large. We don't take any issue with that, and we understand that people here who spoke tonight, some of whom are still here, some of whom have gotten to go on home and have dinner, they feel very strongly about that. We understand that. But there was a process in place, and I emphasize that because Circle K followed that process. They relied on that process, and they've invested substantial dollars already in reliance on that process, and committed to go forward to this site, and are now, about $250,000 down, probably more after the legal fees. Mr. Patel and Florida Gateway Hotels did not follow that process. We're here on a do-over that I don't know if that's ever been heard of. And when we learned of these developments, when he learned of these developments, it took months for him to file his appeal. That went through the process. The city attorney decided what he decided to have this process. But in the meantime, this is having real business impact out there, and we've got to move forward. We feel like the goalposts have been moved, but we appreciate the position that the city attorney was in, and we appreciate the fact that the city of Lake City wants to turn square corners and do this right. We think that the staff analyzed the LDRs correctly. This is not a truck stop under any measure. It's an automotive service station, and the definition is not up here anymore, but it says its principal or primary function was the servicing of automobiles. And the principal primary function of this Circle K location is going to continue to be, and you heard it earlier, about 95% is going to be cars. Still going to be a 24 slot, 12 pump convenience store with automobiles coming in and out. The ancillary use would be high-speed diesel behind the store. Now, somebody mentioned, why would they be doing it if it wasn't profitable? Well, absolutely, it's going to be profitable. So we still want to make money, but it'll be an ancillary use. Just like if you add a yogurt machine, or you add a Slurpee machine, or you add a car wash, which I don't think that's allowed here in this district, but I could be wrong. That may require a special use exception specifically because it's a car wash. Mr. Young would know that. But you add those things not because they're going to be the bonanza in and of themselves, but they're going to have profits. So there's nothing wrong with somebody trying to make a profit on lot 2, and let me expand that facility, integrate that site as one site, but it's still a convenience automobile service station, gas station, as it's defined, because the principal or primary use is going to continue to be for automobile refueling. With that said, in going back to the rules, I appreciate the fact that Mr. Patel, wants to lobby. He wants to meet with people. I know lobby's a bad word. Meet with people, write letters, get people out here to speak. But we're not a nation of men, right? Just because he sat up here last week and said he's invested millions of dollars in this community. This doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Nick Patel gets the same treatment under the laws in this city and in this state, in this country, hopefully, as some poor guy on the street. He ought to. They ought to be treated the same way. We're a country and a nation, a state and a city of laws, not men who can strong arm people, not men who can lobby, not men who just because you invest so it's appreciated, you're loved, you get all kind of accolades, but you still get treated the same under the law. Circle K as well. And the fact that we're a multi-billion-dollar corporation shouldn't matter. We ought to be treated the same. We follow the rules, he should follow the rules. But just because you own 7 hotels in the community and you make all sorts of investment doesn't mean that when you object to something that you're necessarily right either. So getting into the substance beyond the procedural here, which has been we've been quite hung up on the procedure given the time lag here. But they've used that word truck stop repeatedly in this procedure. But just because they say it and say it and say it doesn't make it true. 3 diesel fueling spots, no service, no maintenance, no restaurant, no overnight parking is going to be allowed there, no sleeping accommodations, and you can go on and on and on. And then, of course, you get, the ITE definitions is even more extensive than the LDRs, but that's ITE. The LDRs say what they say. No, they don't talk about showers and all those other things, but if truckers looking for a truck stop, they may see diesel, they may pull off one time, but if it's not a truck stop, they're not going to go there the next time. Where it's going to get, it's a Circle K with HSD. It's different than if you're going to go to Love's, or you're going to go somewhere else, or you're going to get a restaurant, a shower, that type of thing, and be able to park there overnight. That's not what we're looking for. The application says because that's the best place to start. Let me make one quick note. There's some talk about the divided sites and the applicants. The applicant actually is listed on here. This must be common practice within the Growth Management Department as Jared C. Stubbs, P.E., with Kimley Horn and Associates. He's done all right as an engineer, but he doesn't know the site, okay? Mr. Stubbs put the application is. GWC actually shows up here as the property owner, okay? Because that's what's on the form. But the real party in interest, and we filed of record, the 2 50-year ground leases. They're now on the record between Circle K and GWC Partners for Lot 1. GWC then sold that off to an investor, asked for reinvestment, and then Circle K's ground leased and committed and is now paying rent for Lot 2 to GWC Partners. And GWC will probably sell that lease too to another investor once we get this kerfuffle behind us. But that's the way these things are bought and sold. But the operator here is Circle K. And make no mistake about it, you don't have a facility here to fill up any trucks if you don't have a convenience store with restrooms, a place where a guy can buy a hot dog, or a gal can buy a pack of cigarettes, or a Coca-Cola, or whatever they're going to buy to go with it. You got to have point of sale, you got to have computers, you got to have electricity, you got to have a brain box. That's all over the convenience store on Lot 1, or dumpster is on Lot 2, taking it off of Lot 1. This is an integrated site. Ingress, egress, it all works together. So it is a big old automotive service station with an ancillary diesel facility behind it. And Mr. Higgins testified that they're looking at about 95.5. That lined up with what the traffic guys looked at and what our engineers thought. They may take issue with it, but that's the reality. The consumers are going to drive it. Automobiles are going to drive it. But the application itself says the proposed project is to be a high-speed diesel expansion to the existing Circle K with related parking, underground fuel storage tanks, and other necessary improvements. The project is anticipated to take up space on both parcels listed in this application. So both parcels were identified in the application. Expected new impervious areas for the total project, 49,850 square feet, mostly concrete pads. The existing Circle K will also have improvements, including a building expansion for additional restrooms and an adjustment to the parking spaces to allow space for said expansion. See attached site plan for more detail. So that's what was described. This thing cannot operate by itself. Furthermore, you heard testimony that the traffic studies that were done, and this is what's incredible, the traffic studies done are coming in at numbers far below what Mr. Shell had done in 2015. Now, his original 2015 studies are not in the record in this proceeding, but they're in the record with this department. Mr. Shell and the traffic engineers have testified that the numbers aren't even approached. So, the bottom line here is we've introduced competent, substantial evidence that this is an appropriate use in the CHI zoning district, and they don't want to see it because Mr. Patel doesn't like the idea that there might be some additional traffic in and out of that street that might occasionally block, like the camper that was pulled out in front of them. We can come up with anecdotal evidence all the time. It's gonna happen sometimes. But they have not, as Board Member Nelson pointed out, they haven't come forward with competent, substantial evidence in a study to say, here's what this is gonna do. And as for the character of the CHI neighborhood, the CHI district, in that area of town, you're right at US 90 and I-75. These hotels are right on the interstate. How in the world is Circle K gonna add any marginal difference in fumes or noise or vibration? I'm sorry, that's simply not credible. That's the reason they focused on the noise and the fumes and the vibration, is there's a specific provision in the CHI zoning district, LDR about CHI zoning, that if something's going to be basically an obnoxious use, that's one of the reasons to make it inappropriate for CHI. Well, we went through all those pictures that are near Mr. Patel's various hotels. There's a lot of uses there that may rankle one person and not another. I mean, there's Camping World with hundreds of campers sitting out there, for goodness sake. So it's an intensely commercial area town. That's the point. I'm not here to, Circle K and myself, we're not here to insult the people of Lake City. Shoot, I live in Tampa. There's some places that are pretty intense down there too. It just happens. You've got intense commercial uses. It comes with growth. But this place is not going to add any marginal difference to that. And that's the point. We meet the regulatory requirements. We qualify under the LDRs. And it's one site, one use that's ancillary to an existing service station. We've looked at the photos. Like I said, it's as intense an area as you're going to get in a town the size of Lake City with a major interstate running through it. We understand that. We have already committed to having the no overnight parking signs, to have the directional signs on site for entries and exits, to make accommodations for traffic flow on site. But at this juncture, I think Circle K has met its burden of coming forward with substantial competent evidence. We are now 1.5 years past site approval and many hundreds of thousands of dollars down the road on this project. And we simply want to get shovels turned and get out there and get on with it. So thank you for your time. We simply want to expand our site and start selling some diesel fuel.
Thank you. At this time, counsel for the party interveners. I think we might be able to get through this, or do we all need to take a break? Seeing no one raise a hand, let's roll. Councilor Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again. Very proud to serve as counsel for Florida Gateway Hotels LLC in this matter. I want to thank you again for your service and attention to this matter. I have great news for you. In addition to this almost being over, the rumor has it that City Council has voted to double your pay for your great volunteer service to our city. In all seriousness, this is a very serious and significant issue for the future of the city and our community. Your work is very important and it's very highly appreciated. I want to make sure that we're very clear about why we're here and what we're here on. And ultimately, we are here for a de novo hearing that your legal counsel, the city's legal counsel, has described to you as a start over hearing. And that is simply because Florida law is clear, and he is advising you on the clear Florida law that there was a violation of the due process rights, not only of Florida Gateway Hotels, but the entire public as a whole in that prior proceeding that is held onto so tightly by Circle K as though it has anything to do with why you are here tonight and last week. We are here for a de novo, start over review of the site plan application. And I also want to be clear, and I think that your counsel will advise you very clearly on this in a few minutes, and I'm not sure that you have been clearly advised otherwise by some other folks, that you are not merely a rubber stamp of the land development regulator administrator. You are not bound by a mistake made by the Growth Management Department of the City of Lake City. You are the Planning and Zoning Board. When you say you're entitled to the same treatment, that's exactly right. And the reason we're here tonight is to provide that same treatment to the public as a whole. Not just to Mr. Patel's company, to the public as a whole, because there was a due process violation. Your counsel has advised you, you have no other choice, you need to conduct this de novo hearing. Your counsel is going to advise you from the land development regulations that the Planning and Zoning Board shall be guided in its decision to approve with conditions, or to deny by the following standards. The Planning and Zoning Board shall show in its record that each was considered where applicable, and it shall make findings in regarding to those following standards to which it finds to be applicable. This is from Article 1311.3 of the Land Development Regulations. Paragraph 3 of those relates to ingress and egress to the development and proposed structures on the development, with particular reference to the automotive and pedestrian safety, minimization of marginal friction with free movement of traffic on adjacent streets, separation of automotive traffic and pedestrian and other traffic flow and control, provisions of services and servicing of utilities, and refuse collection and access in case of fire, catastrophe, or emergency. You're also allowed to look and rule upon paragraph 10. General amenities and convenience with particular reference to assuring that appearance and general layout of the proposed development will be compatible and harmonious with properties in the general area and will not be in conflict with other development in the area as to cause substantial depreciation of property values. That's number 10. Doesn't sound like a rubber stamp to me. Number 11, such other standards as may be imposed by these land development regulations on the particular use or activity involved. Folks, you are not a rubber stamp. You're the decision maker. It is your role to determine what the city's land development regulations mean and to apply them tonight to this site plan application. In doing so, you must follow the definitions established by the land development regulations. I trust that it is lost on no one that Circle K can't get past the first sentence of the definition of automotive service station. And for that matter, neither can the city's growth management staff. But as you can see, it's much longer than a one-sentence definition. There's a lot more to it there. So even though others have failed to do so, you must consider the definition, the entire definition of automotive service station. Even though others may have failed to do so, you must consider and must follow the definition of truck stop. You also must follow the provisions of the land development regulations in 4.15 of our land development regulations that relate to the CHI zoning district for commercial highway interchange. Now, as promised, we have established that in the CHI zoning district, truck stops require a special exception. I'd like to address the question of the chair with regard to, is this decision somehow going to prohibit and cause precedent to prohibit further development in the CHI zoning district? Well, let's see. The land development regulations, and I apologize, I don't have one of these blown up, but the land development regulations are very clear about what are the permitted uses. Right? An automotive service station is a permitted use. A hotel is a permitted use. A restaurant is a permitted use. A truck stop is not a permitted use. A truck stop requires a special exception. Now, why on earth would that be? I submit that in part the reason for that is because they are fairly well known to be potentially dangerous, noxious, or offensive to neighboring uses in the district, or by reason of smoke, odor, noise, glare, fumes, gas, vibration, threat of fire or explosion, emission of particulate matter, or likely for other reasons to be incompatible with the character of the district. Now, isn't it funny that when we go back to the automotive service station definition in the land development regulations, once we get past the glorious first sentence, that it starts saying things like, however, isn't that code for wait a second? However, other work involving undue noise, glare, fumes, smoke, or other characteristics to an extent greater than normally found in such stations. You mean like when we add high-speed diesel fuel pump service bays to an automotive service station? You mean other uses like that? I submit that's exactly what that means. That when we have those, the noise, the fumes, the smoke, normally found in such stations, greater than normally found in such stations are prohibited. Are prohibited. I didn't make that up. I'm reading it right out of the city's land development regulations, right out of the definition of automotive service station. Right? The whole thing is the definition of automobile service station. And then it says an automotive service station is not a truck stop or a combination thereof. It really would be hard to be more clear. When you review the materials on this and you review the application that was submitted, you will see that it does not use the term automotive service station anywhere. The application does not reflect that term. It is undisputed that the application that is pending before you for your de novo consideration is not an application for a special exception. And it is completely undisputed that truck stops are not a permitted use and they require a special exception. I think that it is important for you to understand that no certified planner has testified on behalf of the city. Likewise, neither the developer, who is the applicant, nor Circle K presented any testimony from a certified planner. Our expert, Mr. Cerna, is the only certified planner who testified. Mr. Cerna testified in his opinion as a certified planner that under the city's LDR, the proposed use for Lot 2 high-speed diesel fuel service bays and parking for tractor-trailer rigs does not fall under the definition of automotive service station. Further, Mr. Cerna testified in his opinion as a certified planner that this is a truck stop, applying the definition of truck stop under the city's land development regulations. And when you read the definition, you can see why. A truck stop is an establishment where the principal use is primarily the refueling and servicing of trucks and tractor-trailer rigs. Such establishments may have restaurants or snack bars. They're not required to have restaurants or snack bars. They may have sleeping accommodations, and for that matter, showers. They're not required to have them for the drivers of such over-the-road equipment. And they may provide facilities for the repair and maintenance of such equipment, but they're not required to. There's a reason, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm the only one harping on the definitions to you. There's a reason that I'm the only one directing you to the land development regulations. Because that's the last thing the applicant wants you to look at. I thought it was really interesting. Mr. Cerna also pointed out that the position advanced by the developer in Circle K, and unfortunately by the city staff, that the city's LDR could be interpreted to include this proposed use as an automotive service station is in error, right? He told you it's just not right. It's a truck stop. You heard, and I hope recall from last week, that Mr. Cerna pointed out that under this flawed logic of Circle K, the proposed use of Lot 2 could provide for up to 23 high-speed diesel fueling service bays, just one short of their 24 automotive service pumps, which would far exceed the number of high-speed fuel and diesel pumps at the truck stops down on 441 and I-75, would double them. And yet Circle K, under their tortured definition, would still be considered an automotive service station because it's primarily for automobiles. Because we turn them around more quickly. It only takes 10 gallons, average of 10 gallons, and 5 minutes to fill them up. It takes a solid 10 to 15 minutes to put 100 gallons in a tractor trailer rig. And yet they want to tell you that it still would be considered an automobile service station simply because automobiles fill up and turn over faster than high-speed diesel fuel trucks. They would argue that it's the principal primary use of their 23-unit diesel station would be, the primary use would be automotive because they've got 20, they also have 24 for the automobile side. Mr. Cerna pointed out that's nonsense. It's nonsense. First of all, there's no size element to any of the land development regulations. Right? Doesn't matter how many automotive service pumps there are. Doesn't matter how many diesel pumps there are. The issue isn't whether or not there are more automobiles on the road than tractor trailer rigs. Of course there are. Everyone knows that. The issue is whether the principal use of this proposed project, especially for Lot 2 of Gateway Crossing, is solely for fueling tractor trailer rigs. And that's it. Look at Lot 2. That's it. They even testified that they were going to prohibit automobiles from coming on to Lot 2 because it is exclusively for the commercial trucks and tractor trailer rigs using the diesel. The competent substantial evidence drawn from Circle K's own exhibits and witnesses is there's no other use proposed for Lot 2 than for fueling tractor trailer rigs. We have clearly established through Mr. Cerna that the principal use proposed for Lot 2 is more than just an automotive service station. It's a truck stop. The representative of the DOT advised that the DOT also considers this project to be a truck stop. We have clearly established that the proposed use of the vacant Lot 2 is entirely for fueling and servicing tractor trailer rigs in those high-speed diesel fuel service bays as defined by the truck stop definition under the land development regulations. We've also clearly established that this use as a truck stop constitutes a principal use under the LDR, right? It's a defined principal use. Therefore, we've clearly established a special exception is required, and therefore, the site plan application must be denied on that basis alone, that a special exception is required because it's a truck stop. When you review the LDR definition of truck stop, you see it provides a truck stop as an establishment where the primary principal use is primarily the refueling and servicing of trucks and tractor trailer rigs. And then the other provisions about what it might have, but it's not required to have in order to still fall under the definition under the land development regulations for a truck stop. Also established by Mr. Cerna, the land development regulations are clear with regard to the automobile service station definition. The other work involving undue noise and such normally not greater than normally found in an automotive service station. That defines a truck stop quite well. And all are expressly prohibited for automotive service stations. On this basis alone, the city's staff's recommendation makes no sense. But the LDR definition goes even further. An automobile service station is not a truck stop, nor is it a combination of an automotive service station and a truck stop. Our land development regulations are clear, and for that matter, they're very reasonable, and they're very responsible for our community. At places like the Circle K, where motor fuel pumps are erected in conjunction with a use which is not an automotive service station, that could be like a restaurant or like a truck stop. The definition of automotive service station says that each use shall be considered as a separate principal use, and as such, each must meet all applicable requirements of the land development regulations. The truck stop use has to be considered as a principal use. Then it cannot be combined with an automotive service station. It has to be defined as a truck stop. There is no such thing as a convenience store in the land development regulations. Maybe there should be, but there's not. There is no evidence to the contrary, and that's exactly what's on that application. There is no provision of the land development regulations that says that you can simply call your new proposed use an expansion, and the fact that the proposed use is a truck stop just gets to be overlooked. No, it's a principal use. It's exactly to the contrary. Any combination and a truck stop of an auto service station and a truck stop is a truck stop. It is undisputed. There is no automotive use proposed for Lot 2. So the issue for the Planning and Zoning Board is whether the proposed use for Lot 2 is a truck stop under the city's LDR. There can be no doubt that it is. Any reasonable analysis of the proposed site plan shows the catastrophe in the making this proposed use would be for the busiest intersection in all of Columbia County. The evidence before you is Circle K's evidence. Evidence before you is that Circle K's truck stop will bring not less than 15,000 new trucks to the US 90 intersection every year. And of course, that's going to grow. You heard that tonight. Mr. Gabriel, in his questions to Dr. Buchholz, you heard it tonight. The evidence presented by Circle K is that truck stops will bring not less than 15,000 new trucks to the US 90 intersection each year. The cars are already counted. They're already going to Lot 1. All of these trucks are not presently coming in there for the vacant Lot 2. But they'll be coming in droves if it becomes a mini truck stop. We have established that the commercial trucks and tractor trailer rigs solicited by Circle K for refueling at this truck stop are going to enter and exit the property only on Northwest Centurion Court. There's no through traffic, there's no other entry, no other exit point. Everything must come in and out from Northwest Centurion. I'm sure you'll recall when we showed our Exhibit 5, the Google Map view of the Circle K over on Chafee Road en route to Jacksonville. This is a huge distinction for this property under your consideration in this de novo hearing of how that has a main road over here on the side and a main road in US 90 underneath, south of it. That improves the traffic flow considerably compared to this being the exit ramp of I-75, pinning it in where nobody can get in or get out from the east. One other thing about Exhibit 5 is that we have seen, despite their promises, primarily through council, that Circle K won't allow overnight parking. You heard the trucker tonight with regard to the federal regulations on truckers. But with regard to this, you see that Circle K does not manage where and when traffic trailer rigs park at their truck stops. Because presumably otherwise, you would not have tractor trailer rigs parallel parked on the side of the exit like that. And that's just caught in a random Google Map photo. Centurion Court is only a 2-lane road with a short right-hand turn lane. We have established by the testimony of Mr. Patel, the public has established for you, and our photos in the record, that this intersection already regularly backs up with traffic at the intersection of Centurion and US 90, that it obstructs the access past the Circle K to the Denny's and the True Hotel, as well as the significant traffic congestion elsewhere on US 90 near the I-75 interchange. That is uncontroverted evidence. Competent, substantial evidence in the record as to what the traffic conditions are out there at that interchange. We have established that the Columbia County Tourist Development Council has expressed opposition to this proposed truck stop. They wrote to the city manager, "We are concerned how this new semi-trailer truck fueling station will negatively impact the quality of life for residents and visitors alike. The traffic at this intersection is already problematic, and this project will only exacerbate the issue and alter the landscape of this exit for years to come." Folks, Circle K has already provided you the evidence of that. They have already told you that after this is built, not less than 15,000 more semi-tractor trailer trucks are going to come on their site. Not less than 15,000. I think even more importantly, the Department of Transportation's already expressed concerns regarding this proposed truck stop. Right? And you heard the witness from the DOT say that they haven't been addressed by the city or by Circle K. The DOT email advised the city that the DOT will not renew the expired Circle K safety permit that expired on November 20 of 2023. Circle K representatives testified to you that there were no concerns with that DOT permit. Boy, I bet they were surprised. Were they candid with you? This is very similar to the "don't worry about it" approach to the inaccurate information that was communicated to most of you as the Planning and Zoning Board back in 2022. The FDOT representative testified that the Circle K permits issued in 2022 had expired and would not be renewed. That October 30 DOT notice further provides in pertinent part, the city did not contact the department to determine if a new permit application and modification of existing connection is required. Because you see, it's the city's burden, because it's a city road, to advise the DOT of the proposed substantial change in the use at that connection to approve a truck stop. Continuing with the FDOT email, it said the city also failed to contact the department to determine the need for connection modifications or to submit a new application for such modifications prior to initiation of property improvements, land use changes, or traffic flow alteration actions which constitute significant change. They're talking about the approval of a truck stop. The planned construction, this is very key to understand. The planned construction at the site is significantly different from what was represented to the department during the permitting process, and there are significant safety concerns given the close proximity to I-75 and the right-of-way. That's not me telling you that. That's not Mr. Patel telling you that. That's the Florida Department of Transportation telling you that. Circle K's own traffic engineer, Mr. Spar, testified that he reviewed, this is from Wednesday, that he reviewed the DOT 2016 DOT permit for the Gateway Crossing subdivision and its connection to US 90 and the state highway system. This is the exact same DOT permit that is being threatened with revocation and requirement for modification. You will recall that the DOT representative testified to that. Circle K's witness told you, and I'm quoting, that the 2016 connection permit was based on 130 hotel rooms, 30,000 square feet of office space, 62,000 square feet of retail space, 5,900 square feet of restaurants, 3,500 square feet of fast food restaurants, and a gas station, using the Circle K guy's term, a gas station with 24 automotive fueling positions. None of that is a truck stop or anything remotely like a truck stop. Anything that is soliciting tractor trailer rigs to come to the site in the Gateway Crossing under that permit, through that connection permit on a daily basis. I think that everyone can agree that none of the uses that were authorized under the DOT permit for the Gateway Crossing for the connection of Centurion to 90 for any use that was remotely close to a truck stop. None of the other new restaurants are inconsistent with that original connection permit. And restaurants are a permitted use. So, you know, council can go out and have photographs taken of things that he thinks makes our city look bad. But the bottom line is none of them were a truck stop. None of those photographs were anything remotely close to a truck stop. None of them were soliciting tractor trailer rigs from I-75. Now I want to be very clear. We are not asking you to deny this site plan applications because of concerns expressed by the DOT. Circle K has suggested it's a separate issue, and we accept that. That's fine. But what we are suggesting is this. The representation made to this prior board back in July 2022 that FDOT had no problems with the traffic at this connection, if it ever was true, it certainly is no longer true. That is certainly no longer an accurate statement. And so, unlike when the chair at that time asked the question in that prior hearing, is there a traffic problem? And they were told, oh no, no problem at all. DOT says it's all fine. Well, clearly, tonight, in the de novo hearing, the start over hearing, the competent substantial evidence that is before this board could not be more clear that that is not accurate. What's also clear is that Circle K presented no evidence that it intends to pay for these improvements that may be required to the interstate interchange or for any additional traffic studies. You know, Florida Gateway Hotels is not trying to add a truck stop under a special exception to this community. The things that Florida Gateway have built are permitted uses. Those are what are appropriate for a site plan application. A truck stop, the use of a truck stop, requires a special exception. So the burden that will be imposed upon the state highway system caused by the significant change in use, if it is approved by the city, since that is a city road, potentially could put the city on the hook for those improvements that may be required to accommodate the increased truck traffic on the interstate interchange or to US 90 that can be caused if this truck stop is approved. It's a minimum, according to them, of 15,000 trucks per year. At this time, we simply do not know because the city did not advise the DOT that it proposed to approve the construction of a new truck stop on Centurion Court. Again, I submit, however, that the safety concerns that have been raised in this hearing, the competent substantial evidence of safety concerns, including those expressed by the permitting department head of Florida Department of Transportation, says that as submitted by this developer without these traffic issues adequately considered in advance, does not have the best interest of our community in mind. Now, with the expert testimony of Dr. Buchholz, we have established that the two-lane road with limited right-hand turn lane and the short distance from I-75's exit ramps and US 90 to the property is going to result in significant increase in truck and tractor-trailer rig traffic. We've established that this will result in an increase in conflicts between traffic serving the True Hotel and the currently existing and other additional high-traffic volume businesses. Circle K and the developer, none of whom are local, tell you, don't listen to them, don't listen to the public, trust us. Despite what their own engineer called a spaghetti mess of the traffic within the proposed new truck stop, the folks who only profit from the truck stop but do not live with it say, trust us. This is no problem. This is no big deal. Their message to the Planning and Zoning Board is, don't believe your common sense. Their message to the planning board, as pretty well shown by our Exhibit 1, is don't believe your lying eyes. Their message to the planning board is don't pay any attention to your personal experience in that interchange. These folks, Circle K and the developer, with a straight face, ask you to believe that all these truck stop, high-speed diesel fuel service bays they want to build, together with the tractor trailer rig parking, and together with the 100-foot sign advertising truck diesel, trust us, our traffic study shows there will be no new truck traffic to this intersection. You see, their traffic study doesn't make sense. It doesn't even jive with their questioning of Dr. Buchholz tonight. Tonight, it's 15,000 new trucks. The traffic study says 2% all the way across, that it will be no new traffic for tractor trailer rigs. Trust us. It's not a truck stop. It's just a convenience store. The proposed use for this property is incompatible with the character of this zoning district. That's exactly in your purview. Under the land development regulations, as will be instructed by your council. Folks, this is just the bottom line. This is the primary entry point of travelers to Columbia County and Lake City. A truck stop is not compatible with the gateway to Florida. This is our marquee entrance to the gateway to Florida. It's also incompatible with this commercial subdivision called Gateway Crossings that was never developed or permitted for use as a truck stop. Florida Gateway contends, and we believe the public at large agrees, that the proposed use of the property in a manner consistent with a truck stop is incompatible with the gateway to Florida. The incompatibility is why truck stops require a special exception and not merely a site plan approval. And while perhaps the consideration of a special exception will be for another day, suffice it to say that we do not believe this Planning and Zoning Board could ever make the findings required to grant a special exception to build this truck stop. It doesn't promote the public health, safety, welfare, morals, order, comfort, convenience, appearance, prosperity, or the general welfare. We've established that the proposed expansion of the Circle K by the tractor trailer rig fueling on the adjacent parcel was not properly defined as a truck stop. Therefore, the city failed to properly process this application as a special exception. So, without processing it as a special exception, the review staff did not provide an opportunity for the Planning and Zoning Board, the Board of Adjustment, or the public, or Mr. Patel's companies to review the potential impacts of this use and address the potential controls of this use until tonight and last week. As we conclude, I just want to once again remind you that we strongly believe this falls under the prohibited uses of Section 4.15.4 of the Land Development Regulations. Folks, our first impression for so many coming to and through Lake City cannot be a truck stop. There are truck stops only 15 minutes further south, and there's plenty of room to accommodate more. as a community, we simply cannot allow our first impression as the gateway to Florida to look something like that. To assist the Planning and Zoning Board members, we have prepared a requested motion which we believe is appropriate and should be approved unanimously by the Planning and Zoning Board that is for your consideration. The proposed motion finds that this proposed use constitutes a truck stop, concludes that a special exception application is required to approve this proposed use, and therefore denies this site plan application, SPR 2215, in accordance with the city's land development regulations. Council is going to instruct you. I simply ask at the end of the hearing, I have prepared a copy of our recommended motion, which we would like to present to the board members and to counsel for the opposing party as for assistance to the board members. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Counselor. All right, at this time, do we have a representative from City of Lake City staff that would like to make a final argument on behalf of the city or the department? Floor is yours, Mr. Angelo.
All right, appreciate it. So, board members, I'd like to just kind of recap a little bit about where we've been. You know, we went through this whole process, and that this process started back in 2021. And that since then, Land Development Regulation Administrator made a decision at that time of whether it was a truck stop or an automotive service station based on the information in the LDR. That is the book that we use to guide our decisions, and that's what we have in front of us. You've heard a lot of arguments that say it's not adequate, it's not right, and there's new definitions. That's possible, and the book was written back in 1996, but we have to review this project based on the information that we have in front of us, not based on the hypotheticals or any of that was competent, substantial evidence in it. So I say all that to say, when we looked at this project, and when I sit down and I look at the LDR, and I read the definition of an automotive service station because that's a permitted use, in there, one of the last sentences in the automotive service station is that it cannot be a truck stop, it cannot be a body shop, it cannot be a car wash. So then you look over at those definitions. Well, what is a truck stop? What is a car wash? So then you read the definition of a truck stop. And the definition of a truck stop is the primary use is for the principal refueling, or the principal use is for the primary refueling of tractor trailer and servicing of tractor trailer. Not and or, but and. And those are the information we had to review this project with. So I just wanted to say that to let the board know why we made the decision that we made as a city, and as far as what it is. And that we're not here to argue, is it a truck stop, was it not a truck stop? We're not here to argue any of that. We're not here to argue the traffic studies, any of that. You've heard all that evidence in front of you. And that what I would suggest to the board is one thing that Mr. Knorr said. You are to review or use the whole LDR as guidance for making this decision. So I would keep that in mind when you're making a decision, you're making your statement, and for your closing arguments, utilize the whole LDR, not just a section of it, but the whole LDR. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Angelo. All right. How long will final instructions to the decision-making body take?
So just for purposes of establishing it in the record, I was going to read what you have in front of you, or portions of it, into the record. And that would set the criteria on which you for your discussion. I'm sorry, okay. I was going to read into the record the relevant portions of section 13.11.3 of the Land Development Code, which sets forth the criteria for the board's action on site and development plans. And then at that point, the board would be in a position to commence any deliberations. Before we do that, I would request a brief restroom break before we move into that vote.
Okay, at this time, let us stand. All right, we're back in session with the Planning and Zoning special called meeting. This time on our order of business, will the representative of the city attorney present advice to the decision-making body as to the applicable law and factual findings that must be made to approve or deny the application?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, I'm citing to section 13.11.3 of the Land Development Regulations. The Land Development Regulation Administrator shall forward the application for site and development plan approval along with any comments or criticisms to the Planning and Zoning Board for consideration. A petition for zoning amendment and an application for site and development plan approval shall not be handled concurrently. Rather, an application for site and development plan approval shall be heard only after the applicant has secured the appropriate zoning for the subject parcel. Appeals from decisions of the Planning and Zoning Board shall be heard as set out in 12 of the Land Development Regulations. The Planning and Zoning Board shall be guided in its decision to approve with conditions, or deny by the following standards. The Planning and Zoning Board shall show in its record that each was considered where applicable, and it shall make findings in regard to those of the following standards which it finds to be applicable. Sufficiency of statements on ownership and control of the development and sufficiency of conditions of ownership or control, use and permanent maintenance of common open space, common facilities, or common lands to ensure preservation of such lands and facilities for their intended purpose, and to ensure that such common facilities will not become a future liability for the City Council. 2, density and/or the intended use of the proposed development with particular attention to its relationship to adjacent and nearby properties and effect on those properties in relationship to the comprehensive plan. 3, ingress and egress to the development and proposed structures on the development with the particular reference to automotive and pedestrian safety, minimization of marginal friction with free movement of traffic on adjacent streets, separation of automotive traffic and pedestrian and other traffic flow and control, provision of services and servicing of utilities and refuse collection, and access in case of fire, catastrophe, or emergency. Location and relationship of off-street parking and off-street loading facilities to thoroughfares and internal traffic patterns within the proposed development, with particular reference to automotive and pedestrian safety, traffic flow and control, access in case of fire or catastrophe, and screening and landscape. Sufficiency of proposed screens and buffers to preserve internal and external harmony and compatibility with uses inside and outside the proposed development. Manner of stormwater management on the property with particular reference to the effect of provisions for stormwater management on adjacent and nearby properties and the consequences of such stormwater management on overall public stormwater management capacities. Adequacy of provision for sanitary sewers with particular relationship to overall sanitary sewer availability and capacities. Utilities with reference to hook-in locations and availability and capacity for the uses projected. Recreation facilities and open spaces with attention to the size, location, and development of the areas as to adequacy, effect on privacy of adjacent and nearby properties and uses within the proposed development and relationship to community open spaces and recreational facilities. General amenities and convenience with particular reference to assuring that appearance and general layout of the proposed development will be compatible and harmonious with properties in the general area and will be in conflict with and will not be in conflict with other development in the area as to cause substantial depreciation in property values. such other standards as may be imposed by these land development regulations on the particular use or activity involved. It's up to this board to consider all of the testimony that was offered and to weigh that testimony using the standard of competent and substantial evidence. Competent and substantial evidence is testimony, documentary, or other evidence based on personal observation which will establish a substantial basis from which an issue can reasonably be inferred. It includes fact or opinion evidence offered by an expert on a matter that requires specialized knowledge and that is relevant to the issue to be decided. Competent substantial evidence is evidence a reasonable mind could accept as having appropriate weight and adequate to support a legal conclusion. And at this time, the board may commence its deliberations should it choose to do so.
All right, was there anything the representative of the city attorney said that in any way was not clear, or is everything perfectly well understood by members comprising this board? All right, we have been drinking from a fire hose for well over 5 hours now. With everything that we have been asked to digest this evening, is there anyone that does not feel they have enough time to deliberate this evening and would like to try to push this off for our next regularly scheduled meeting and have time to deliberate and read through the reams of material we've been provided by the two councils, for the parties, by city staff, or what's just been explained to us by the city attorney's representative?
And Mr. Chair, in fairness to the parties, I would, because if the deliberations are delayed for one meeting, then it would, as a result of that, a resolution would need to be drafted and brought back to a subsequent meeting for this board to consider and approve that would adopt and encapsulate in writing the oral discussions and motion that is made after your deliberations. So what I would recommend is, if the board does not want to deliberate tonight at this late hour and does want to delay those again for 1 week, have those deliberations and then bring that resolution back to what I believe is your regular meeting in February. But that would mean that the parties would have an answer, at least as to which direction the board was going to go, even if they didn't have that final document from you. They could have that answer next week without further delaying them and their process and due process rights.
All right, in the interest of what he just expressed, in terms of deliberations, how does everyone feel about deliberating this evening and coming to a decision one way or the other, or having the opportunity to sleep and read on this? Is everyone capable of making a decision this evening?
Yes.
All right, we'll enter into deliberations. Deliberations amongst members of the board. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Clay, this is the point at which we can discuss amongst ourselves in public and on the record our deliberative processes?
Correct, yes.
All right, discussion amongst members of the board.
I'd just like to thank everyone who presented and thank the public for their testimony. We appreciate it.
Okay, correct. Any further?
Mr. Chair, and just to be clear, we're now stating our opinions based on everything presented to us.
So you are weighing the evidence that was presented and making determinations based on that evidence, based on its probative value and the weight of the evidence, how much of it was offered on a particular matter or issue.
Well, based on the definition of truck stop, I would say that I am in the LDR. I'm convinced that it is although minimal, what's being proposed here would constitute a truck stop in the most minimal way that definition could. I'm also convinced it's incompatible with the nature of the district. There's clear verbiage. To me, it seemed clear that this does designate a separate principal use. So again, it seems to me like this is the sort of thing that would require a special exception.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the traffic. I think the traffic is an issue. It's just a tough location for it. That's why.
The specific traffic, the trucks.
The increase in vehicles coming in and out.
I also thought that the testimony by the expert witnesses, Mr. Buckholz and the city planner, I don't have his name in front of me. Senna, I think? Cerna. Definitely, I would say, heavily affect my opinion on the definition. So.
I'll think about the safety of the people.
Speaking to the microphone.
My thoughts was on the safety, and what really touched me was the young lady that said that her husband going to the hospital and, you know, being out that way, myself going to the doctors, I see where the traffic is heavy. And I mean, it's like, even in the middle of the day when school is going on, you still have a lot of traffic. And then if you're out of school, then you have even more traffic. So I look at that as saying, it's a good idea, but the wrong place. Put it in another location. My thought.
I agree with Mr. Carter.
I think the opinion of the testimony of the gentleman from DOT as well, very relevant on their opinion of whether or not this constitutes a truck stop. So.
Any further deliberative processes to be voiced as part of discussion amongst members of the board? So from a parliamentary standpoint, would we call for a motion to have you, Mr. Martin, put together a resolution that we would then take up at the next meeting, or would this be a call for a motion to either approve with conditions, or to disapprove?
So
as currently stated in the application and the petition.
So I would encourage whoever is the one who offers the motion to state the motion, state the action that they intend, approve with conditions or deny. And for these reasons, and enumerate and encapsulate whatever reasons you see fit based on the deliberations of the board. And then as a final element, and direct the city attorney to return to the board with a resolution that memorializes this action and the basis for it. If you need help with it as you're going through the motion, I certainly, if I hear you leaving something out, I will suggest something to you. You can accept it or say, no, I don't want to say that, and that's fine. But if I hear you going through it and I feel like there may be something that is missing that would be helpful to staff or to legal counsel, I'll certainly jump in and nudge along if you find it helpful.
All right, there being no additional deliberative process to be discussed by members of this board at this time, does any member of this board wish to put forth a motion with assistance of council to be memorialized in a resolution, either a motion to approve with conditions, or to deny application petition SPR 22-15 as presented.
I move to deny SPR 22-15. And this is where I explain the reason. I believe it's incompatible with the character of the district. I believe that the proposed expansion constitutes a separate principal use. I believe that based on the definition of truck stop, this, albeit minimally, meets that definition. And for those reasons.
And that would be the definition in
the LDR.
2.1.
Right, in 2.1. Is there anything else I need to add to that motion?
No, that's sufficient. And to bring that, bring back to the board for future approval, a resolution that adopts that action.
I need to
as the
say that
basis
phrase?
for it. You can say, I so move if you'd like.
I so move.
Okay.
We have a motion to be memorialized as a resolution on the floor. Does it have a second?
Second.
Mr. Nelson with the second. This time on the motion to then be memorialized into a resolution and brought back before this board. Mr. Angelo, will you please call the yeas and the nays?
Ms. McCollum?
Yes.
Mr. Nelson?
Yay.
Mr. Van?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yay.
And Mr. Leidig?
Yay. Right, unanimously, we have a resolution that'll be coming to us at our next meeting for us to adopt denying petition SPR 22-15. At this time, we'll suspend any potential workshop items. Only item left on our agenda is potential adjournment. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Chair. To adjourn.
Second. I think that was tied 4 ways around, Mr. Andrew. By hand vote, all in favor? Aye.